Hey, Miss Channeler Bing Bong. Hello, friend. Crystal, I don't know if I did or not. I was up with Mia there for a while. I might have missed some. I'll check. Yeah, I know. Nemo's on Manda's Live. He'll come over whenever he's ready. We're all good. Actually, Laura, it's not Steely Dan. This is Donald Fagen's solo, his first solo album, The Nightfly. And this song is IGY. Small distinction there for you. Keep tapping that screen, guys. Keep tapping that screen. There's a new gift goal for you. There'll be it's fun for everyone. Who do I think should go into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? I think they should have inducted Fish last year, and I'm still mad that they didn't. That's what I think. Brian Rundle Raid, welcome in, Brian Rundle. Brian Rundle Raid, welcome in. Brian, welcome in. Brian, welcome in, Rundle Raiders. Rundle Raiders, that's what we're going to call you. Glad you guys are here. W for Brian and W for the Rundle Raiders. I love alliteration. She doesn't recall taking the picture. Oh, my God. Jeez. Of course she doesn't. Welcome in, tubers. Welcome in, tubers. The song we listening to as our intro tonight is IGY off of The Nightfly by Donald Fagen. Pitmaster says, you're wrong. Okay, Pitmaster. If you say so. Thank you guys for tapping that screen. Thank you for helping out with the live goal. Thank you. Thank you for all those things. Guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, hop in the box. Let's have a conversation. Or if you're over on the tube, call in. Number is right above my head. And call in and talk to us. Either way, we'd love to have a chat. Bonnie says, do all the good things. That's right. Do all the good things, like our friend Erica says. If you haven't gotten your Do All the Good Things shirt, like the one I was wearing last night, you too can go to ericaeffect.com. Go to ericaeffect.com and get 10% off if you use code MATT. There you go. Also, Jackson, it is bedtime. You need to go to bed, Jackson. That's right. I'm talking to you. Your mom says it's time for bed, which means it's time for bed. My daughter, who is 9, is already in bed, asleep. Why aren't you in bed asleep? There you go. Be good for your mom. Thank you. Emma, that was my best gentle dad voice, okay? There you go. It's Nemo.
Howdy.
Howdy. Guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, hop in the box, or if you're over on the tube, you can use our call-in number. Our call-in number is open. Call-in number is open. Call-in number is open. Yes, it is. And, yeah, it's there. It's a ringing. So, we've tested it. It's there. Let's have a chat. Don't know if this is a friendly or not, but let's see. Kathy, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I'm sorry. I hit it by mistake.
That's fine, friend. You have a good night.
Thanks. You too.
Okay.
So, I saw that Hillary Clinton was giving a deposition, and I was kind of excited. Oh, hey, sweet. And I don't know, by the time that I got to a point where I assumed that there were going to be lives talking about it, and I was ready to go. Apparently, that was stalled by Lauren Boebert. It's ironic, right? Because Lauren Boebert ended up doing the right thing, because these should not be closed door.
No.
So, I mean, if that was her intention, you know what? I'll give it to her. Like, all right. If that was the goal, the actual goal with doing that, all right, I'll give it to
her. If that was the actual goal. Well, I guess we'll see if that was the actual goal one way. I mean, I don't know. It's like, Manny, hey friend, how's it going? What's happening?
Hey, I actually requested to talk to Nemo.
Oh, okay, fine.
What's up?
I don't want to talk to you either.
No, it's nothing like that. No, I was rightfully so, because Cosmo crashed out in the comment section in Amanda's live, and I had a question, Nemo. I've never been on a debate team, and I'm just like, I really don't care for like the debate bro-y stuff, but I've noticed the way that you talked to like MAGA, it's not quite debatey. It's kind of like coming at them from a human aspect.
Yeah.
I also rarely see you, or at least maybe it's because Monday through Friday, I come home at 7 Central, so I rarely, and then I go to sleep around like 10 because work at 5. I rarely see you though, like kind of like correct. I think it's term correct. Is that like your style of communicating? Because context, Cosmos said that DHS funding within the big beautiful bill granted more budget towards judges.
Yeah, I was trying to find that, and then the conversation like shifted, and that got lost in the thing. I'm not seeing that.
Yeah, DHS doesn't give funding to judges. Even though they're immigration judges, EIOR is underneath DOJ.
Okay.
So it wouldn't even matter. It wouldn't even matter if the big beautiful bill gave money to judges. Cosmo said DHS. DHS does nothing for judges at all. the only people that have anything to do in the courtroom that would be in the courtroom would be considered prosecutors is ICE agents. But that's not judges. So, or yeah, it's not. So, is it prosecutors? Let me look it up right now. But again, it's EIOR is underneath DOJ. So I was like crashing out in Manda's. I was like, it's not true.
Real quick, while you're looking at that, thank you to Sarah on the tube for the $5 super chat. It says, "Yo, Matt, had a horrible sick day. Have been suffering in bed the last couple of hours. Glad you're on. Helps the flu a bit. Sorry you're sick, Sarah. But let's try to take your mind off it for the next little bit. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate you guys. Once again, if you voted for Donald Trump, you can call us, or you can request up over here on the Tiki Talks.
Yeah. So the Department of Homeland Security, specifically ICE, acts as the prosecutor in immigration court, arguing for the removal of non-citizens. But DOJ, specifically the Attorney General, appoints immigration judges who operate underneath DOJ, and that immigration judges operate underneath it's EOIR. I always get but EOIR.
So, when you gave me that term, I was able to find part of it. So it does look like it provided $3.3 billion to DOJ via, or I guess EOIR, and basically increased the total cap for immigration judges to 800. And I guess previously it was 700. So, I mean, that's a marginal increase.
But you made a good point, though. And I'm not trying to take away. I was just kind of like, it was more so the correction. Because it would be, if you say that happened and you're reading it from the bill, then why did we fire judges? Which is the point that you were, you know, that is the ultimate, the regardless of the correction of DHS versus DOJ, the ultimate point was, how is it advocating for more judges when you fire judges to begin with? You can't have, and also a lack of judges does not constitute as a constitutional crisis. You can fill Matt in on that one, though.
Yeah. Normally, like whenever I'm debating, so anything that is, I guess, like a detail that they either fuck up, but ultimately they just kind of fucked up the specific on it and not, I guess, the overall point, I'll just let it slide. Because it ultimately doesn't matter. It draws out the conversation, and then you can also, if you do push too hard on that, you can come off as pedantic. And if I'm trying to convince people, not so much that person that I'm interacting with, but whoever's watching, if I come off as, pedantic, then people are going to be like, Nemo's kind of a bit of an asshole. But, yeah, I mean, in this case, yeah.
Maybe for me, and I'll leave on this. Maybe for me, there are some biases because it's Cosmo and not someone who I know or who I believe or am interested in trying to teach, or they are trying to absorb or learn anything. It's Cosmo.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, no, like that's the thing, is that Cosmo is an example of a punching bag, right? I'm not trying to, I guess, win a fight with a punching bag, right? It's just constant, just da 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 da. At the end of it, he's still going to be a punching bag. He's not going to be anything other than a punching bag, right? But people watching that could potentially be influenced from it, and that's always been like my underlying motivation for why I do it. It's not so much to change the mind of the person that I'm arguing with; it's the people that are listening to it. Occasionally, it happens where we do actually change the minds of people that we talk to. We were talking to a 19-year-old guy last night, and I actually, that I felt genuinely good at the end of that conversation. It sounded like he was listening. So
I agree.
yeah.
Okay. Ah, I see some people saying I'm desperate to be in here. I'll leave.
What?
All right. It's all good. I shouldn't be reading comment section. It's late at night.
Fuck them. Huh? Yeah. Well, okay. Bye, Manny. Okay. Bye, bud. W's for Manny.
Later, man.
Yeah. We appreciate you, friend.
I thought
Also,
that was a good question.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. If any issue with it, we wouldn't have brought him up. I have no problem bringing. Jeez, you guys, calm the fuck down. Cool, good shit. All right, well, looks like we got our first guest of the evening. It's fan favorite Jay Wood.
Let's step away for just a sec.
Sure.
Y'all know me.
From Louisiana, age 43, right?
Yeah, but I would just like 20 seconds, and it's a compliment.
Okay.
If I could have it. Any MAGA people that are out there, or any people that oppose to what Matt and Nemo are saying, you should come up, because these guys are really fair, and they will listen to what you're saying, and they'll bring you up and at least talk to you. So, for whatever it's worth, I just wanted to come up and tell y'all that. So, may not mean a whole lot, but people need to come up and talk to y'all, because y'all will talk to people, and that means a lot. Because there's a lot of creators out there and a lot of things that they won't even entertain you. So that's all I want to say. I'll let you get back to your live. I just want to give you kind of compliment on that, saying, y'all do listen to people and you will bring people up. You've brought me up multiple times and didn't have to. So that's all.
All right. Well, we appreciate you, Wood. I hope you have a good rest of your night. Okay.
All right. You too. Take care.
Take care. Okay. That's fine. Appreciate. Thank you. It's kind of you to say. It's fine. Boss Lady Fun says, have we debated Millie? Yes, we debated her for about 2 hours a little while back. You can find it on YouTube. The whole thing is there. While we wait for an op, I'd like to share something with you guys that I'm really proud of. I'm really proud of. And it shows. I want to show you guys something. There we go. Let's see here. Let's see if I can pull this up here. Got to get you guys sound on this. 1 second. Okay. Yes, Nemo will be right back. Just give me 1 second. Make sure you guys can hear this. Okay, that should do it. Perfect. Okay, so our friend Ari had asked me to make a video. Oh well, hold on. We got someone here. Let's see who this is. Jamie, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did. Yep.
Okay, cool. How old are you and what state did you vote in?
Minnesota I'm 33.
Okay. Would you like to discuss one of the subjects that I have above or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now?
I can say that he's saved millions of Americans from drug overdose, including fentanyl.
Okay, well, number one is you can't say that word on TikTok. We have to say the F
Oh, I'm sorry.
substance.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry. But do you acknowledge that?
No, that's completely false. But number one, let's start with
Oh yeah,
acknowledging.
because
Okay,
the
so
drug overdose rate has gone
so
down
I'm
by
so
45,
sorry.
40,
I'm so sorry. I'd like you
44%.
to. I'm gonna mute you, and we're gonna start from a calm place where I'm going to set some ground rules with you. The drug word we're not going to say. We're going to say substances, and we're not going to say that F word again. We're going to say the F substance. That's pretty much the only warnings that you're going to get. If you repeatedly say those words, I'm going to have to remove you because I don't want the live to get taken down. Okay, so I would appreciate it if you would respect those rules because TikTok. Okay, thank you. So, what was the statement that you were making? I'll invite you to unmute.
Yeah. So rug overdoses have declined by 44% in 45 states across the U.S. since Donald Trump's been in presidency, and that is according to Google.
According to Google isn't a source. So where's the actual source for that
Oh, it
information?
isn't. It isn't. It isn't on your
Google is
live,
a
I guess.
no. Well, Google is a search engine, ma'am. Google is a search engine. So can you give me the source of the information that Google is pulling that from?
I mean, yeah, I guess. I'm not right there in this moment. There,
Okay, well, if
but
you
yeah,
can
I
give me
will.
the source for that information, that would be great.
I mean, that's the one thing that I'm all for. I mean, I'm not all for everything that he's done.
But the other thing is
Time and time
once
again,
even if
I will tell you that
the other thing
it
no
has
well
gone
hold,
down
hold
based
on
on statistics.
well hold on the other thing is that even if it has gone down since he's become president, there's really nothing that he could have done since he became president in
besides
January.
protecting our border.
I'm so sorry. We can't have a conversation if you don't let me finish a sentence without interrupting me. There's really nothing that he could have done since he became president in January that would have affected numbers that drastically. It's almost impossible because when you say protecting our borders, who are the people who are bringing in the F substance into America? Is it undocumented people? I'm sorry. I don't know. Is that funny? I'm asking a question.
You understand how?
Is it
Do you
undocumented people
how?
or is
You understand
it?
how rugs are moved in our country,
And
right?
I do, and that's why I asked you that question. Is it undocumented people who are bringing it into the country, or is it American citizens who are bringing it into the country?
I mean, it's probably both.
No,
let's
it's
be
not. It's
honest.
actually overwhelmingly American
Oh, it
citizens.
isn't. It isn't. It isn't both.
Would you like
both.
to?
Haven't
Would you
ever
like
seen-
to? Would you like to know how many what the percentage is of American citizens versus undocumented immigrants? Would you like to know? It's 86%.
know.
It's 86% Americans.
Okay, so they're just as much as blame, but even with
So if it's
border control
86%,
being
so if it's
more control-
86% Americans, how is what Donald Trump is doing affecting that?
I mean, at the end of the day, it has dropped by 44%.
If it's 86, no, it hasn't, because you haven't shown us a source on that. That's number one. And number two, if it's 86%
Centers of
Americans,
Disease Control and Prevention. Here, do you want me to send you a link?
well, you can't send it to me, but you could tell us the name of what's the name of the article, or the name, the title of the
Centers
website.
of Disease Control and Prevention, Overdose Prevention, posted on February 11th, 2026. Monthly provisionals on overdoses that have happened within the U.S. CDC.gov.
Okay.
Data
Yeah,
resources.
Okay, just 1 second. If I can pull it up. Thank you.
And I mean, if that means that the youth of America are being protected, that's all that matters to me.
So I'm looking at this right now, and just so you know, it's I can see this right here. It says that there was an 18.9% decline in U.S. OD.
It's still pretty significant,
yeah.
isn't it?
So, but hold on. So it's definitely not 44%. So you are 100% wrong. Also, they
Well,
only
that's what
have
I've
the.
seen on
Excuse me,
Google.
I'm in the
Okay.
middle of it. I'm in the middle of a sentence. I'm so sorry. And also, that data is all that they have. And so, and by the way, I'm going to read this to you guys. New preliminary data predicts 72,000 for the 12 months ending in September 2025. This is an 18.9% decline. So we'll call it 19%. But 12 months ending in September 2025. Now, wait a second. Half of that time would belong to who? Half of that time would belong to who?
Okay. Well,
Half
you're
of
not
that
looking
time
at
would
every-
belong to who?
Yeah, but the
Half
major,
of that time
the
would
major
belong to
numbers that
who?
make the average are on
I'm so
Donald
sorry,
Trump's side.
Jamie. I'm so sorry. I need you to answer the question.
So the biggest numbers are on Donald Trump's side, and that's why the average.
Except for the fact that we don't have the rest of the data yet. So what you literally just did was you just lied about that number.
Are you just gonna ignore
You don't have
me?
a source.
No, I didn't ignore. I didn't at all lie about anything. I'm
Cool.
literally
Then why am I
looking
looking
up.
and why am I looking at this website and I can't see this information?
If you let me speak
No,
for
I don't think so. I don't think I'm gonna. I don't. No. Hey, if you say that word one more time, I'm gonna drop you from the live.
Okay. Well,
So, anyways,
if you type
I'm
in
here. I'm here on the website.
Okay, so
I'm
you just,
here
like,
on the website.
talk over people.
I
You
am
can't
because
actually
you're
have
lying.
you
Because you're
can't
lying.
even actually
Because
have
you're
an
lying.
actual conversation,
Yes.
can you?
Nope.
No,
It's because you're lying about what you're saying. I'm right here. Here
So
is
it
the.
is, they're small-minded.
Excuse me, Jane. Excuse me, Jamie. Calm the fuck
I
down
have
and regulate yourself. I understand that you've had at least one box of Franzia. You don't need to get started on the second one. Calm down. Now, here is the provisional fatal substance overdose data on the CDC's website. It is right here in front of your fucking face because I pulled it up. Okay? It's right
You're disgusting.
fucking there. I'm so sorry that we can look this shit up in real time. Monthly
You like
provisional
those overdosing.
substance overdose data release from CDC's National Vital Statistics System. New preliminary data predicts 72,108 substance OD unalivings for the 12 months ending in September 2025. This is an 18.9% decline in U.S. OD unalivings compared to the previous year. What are you looking at that proves that wrong? I went to the website that you told me to go to. You are looking at Google. That is not a source.
It gives me your
Google
sources.
is not a source, ma'am. Pull up a source. This is the CDC. You told me to pull this source up. I am going by your source.
Okay, so when I'm reading this to you right now,
Google
right?
Google AI overview is not a source, ma'am.
So you're not even willing to listen to me.
No,
anyway.
because you're looking at Google AI overview and I am on the cdc.gov. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Because you don't.
Talking shit to me.
Yes, because
Or
you don't know
won't
how to
listen
look
to
up
me
an actual
anyway.
source,
Doesn't
ma'am.
matter. But
I'm
here's
so
what
sorry
I'm talking
that
about
this
right
is.
here.
I understand that
No.
whatever you're pointing at is on a Google AI overview. And did you realize that Google AI overviews can be wrong?
AI is much smarter than you, brother.
They really aren't. They're just a large language model.
Are you retarded? Are you fucking
there
retarded?
It is. There it is. See, now she really just wanted to get kicked. And that's what she had to say to get kicked. Bye-bye. By the way, TikTok, we immediately removed that guest as soon as she said that word because we do not condone the use of that word here on our live. Also, we would like all of you to pick up a copy of A People's History of the United States by Howard Zinn, which you can find in my showcase over on my profile. There you go. Yes, very Christian of you, Jamie. Very Christian.
I would say bless your heart, but she's a northerner, so she probably doesn't get that reference.
Thick says, now look up the 23-24 numbers. Yeah, I bet we didn't even get that far. Oh boy.
Yeah, I was trying to pull it up. So
Anita, the book is People's History of the United States. People's History of the United States. That is the book. Thank you to Dat56 dude for the $2 super chat on the tube. It says U.S. to bring 4.5 thousand white South Africans a month per Reuters. Oh wow, we'll have to look that one up. Holy cow! Thank you for the super chat. That's wild work if that's true. The drink is barefoot. Oh, sorry, I'm old. I went with Franzia.
I was trying to figure out. I don't know. This is probably a more nuanced answer than what I guess talking point she was using. Basically, I was trying to figure out what the role of Narcan was in the drop because, number one, Narcan became over the counter. I think it was during the Biden administration.
Yeah, that was change. You're right. That was a big change. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, because like Narcan literally stops. It's just like it stops it. So somebody who is like actively ODing when they are administered Narcan, which you got to do it right, but as long as you do it right, it'll stop it for the most part. Like unless they're too far gone, but in a lot of cases, it'll save their lives. And it became over the counter during the Biden administration. For a while, it wasn't, and you could only get it like ambulance would have it or whatever. But they made it basically over the counter, available to the public, just as emergency, just as an emergency measure.
CDC reported a 24% decline from 2023 to 2024. So, yeah. So that means that there was a bigger decline from 2023 to 2024 than there was in the following year that our friend Jamie was talking about. Sorry, Jamie, you lose. You lose, Jamie. Once again, guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, hop in the box or call in. The phone number is open again over on the tubes. The phone number is open again. There is that. Let's see here. Okay, while we have a second. Didn't even have the requests up. Okay, hold on. It's our friend Mia. Hello, Mia. How are you?
Hi, great, fantastic. I'm nerding out right now because this is one of my favorite jobs I had ever had. And y'all were talking about Narcan, and that is called harm reduction. If you can find a place near you that does the training, 10 out of 10 recommend, do it. This can be for accidental, and this can also be for, like, obviously, I mean, everything's accidental, but like this can be for accidental or for people that are recreationally using it. But look up Revive. They'll give you, like, if you do the training, they'll give you like a kit and everything like that. One thing about this current administration is when they did the cleaning up the streets or whatever, I can't I can never remember that freaking executive order. But what happened is it took away from SAMHSA some funding that would create harm reduction, such as like the pokey thing exchange
Yep.
that would
Oh,
Yep.
that
Yep.
would
Yep.
reduce.
Yep.
So SAMHSA will not no longer fund that. But the thing is that reduces spread of infections and or like diseases such as like hep c and like hiv and aids, and so that helped. And then also injection sites, and the reason why those were important was because if someone like if someone ended up ODing, somebody would be there to safely give this. But that was also, it gave people a spot where somebody actually cared. And when they saw that somebody actually cared, they were more likely to go into treatment. So I just left a recovery place, working at a recovery place. I don't know why every time I talk about this, my nose starts itching and I'm like recovery. But like I just left from working at a recovery place, and it's one of my favorite things to talk about is harm reduction. And I encourage everyone to look into harm reduction, even if you think it's about enabling behavior, because it's actually not. It's actually more helpful. So that's
Well,
all I wanted to come up and say. What?
will you do me one favor, Mia?
Oh, thank you. What's
Oh,
up?
do me one favor. Oh,
Thank
hey,
you.
Erica. Hey, friend.
That was so cute.
Uh, send me that link, please. Will you please send me that link? Because I'd like to put it in my link
For
tree.
Revive?
Revive.
Yeah.
I'd like to put it in my link tree so that anyone who is interested can find it. So when Mia sends it to me, I'll pop it in my link tree at some point this evening because I would really like that to be available. I think that's a great thing. I didn't even know that was a thing that you could do. So that's awesome. Thank you very much for sharing that.
Yes. Yes, they like a lot of like you can it's very beneficial to like for everyone. But I think my favorite analogy when it comes to harm reduction is like thinking of like a neighborhood street that everybody's speeding down. Um would you just close off the street, or would you just put speed bumps to like be able to aim for say, or like because if you close off the street you can't get to like a good or your destination. But if you put speed bumps there, you can at least slow people down and be able to get them there safely. So that is, sorry, I'm like,
No,
this is like, I love this, it's making my brain buzz. But yes, um
awesome.
harm reduction is important. It's fun, and Narcan saves. Think of that. Think of Narcan as like when you're pulling weeds. So when you're pulling the weeds, you leave the little holes. So Narcan actually like plucks the opioids out of the receptors,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, absolutely.
that's how it works. And then they also have things that are that'll basically help kind of cover those receptors over time. But that's me nerding out. Thank me for my service. Thank you so
um,
much, Matt, for earlier.
Wait.
What's up?
bef- before you go, the bag, is that the nasal one? I'm assuming.
Yes,
Yeah.
this one's the nasal one. Uh so I have a packet. I'm not gonna pull the whole thing out, but I actually have one, two in here. And then it comes with, because you also do rescue breaths. So it comes with a little mouth guard.
Mhm.
It comes with gloves, another mouth guard, and then it kind of gives you like little reminders on how to do it, and then a card for like local people. So and then another thing is, I don't know if it's nationally, but at least in like I know for sure in Virginia that you can, if you end up having expired Narcan, it won't work as well. You can still use it, but if you notice that your Narcan is expired, you can take it and exchange it at pharmacies for free. And if you go with your like certification, or which you can print out if you do like the online course or get a group of people together to do a course, they'll give you like a little card so you can exchange that card to be able to get Narcan. So some states do it differently. Virginia, you do the training and then you're able to be like, hey, here's my training card. And then they will go ahead and give you, I think, a box. And I think each box comes with 2. Like, so, and those are, yeah.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to
Go
interrupt
ahead.
you. It's just that a couple of people asked in the chat. They were like, where can we get it? I was just going to say, Mia's going to send me the link. I'm going to pop it in my link tree. So so that for the Revive kit. So we're going to make sure that you guys have that information because I think that's great. I really appreciate it, Mia. That was awesome.
Of course. And just a reminder, this is great for even if like even if it's not a substance use issue, like for instance, if you're on painkillers and it just so happens that like someone acts or like a kid gets into the tamper proof thing, like these are different. Like it can, when I say accidental, I mean like legitimate, like,
sure.
oh, first I accidentally put this in my Tylenol, even though you're not supposed to do it, people do it. So when that happens, that's something that's very beneficial to have nearby. So it's not just for those who suffer with substance use disorder. This is also something that's beneficial because you may not know that you're touching the F rug.
Right.
And that in itself can send you into an OD because the manufactured kind is very potent and can be very, very, very dangerous. So when I say accidental, I mean I didn't even know that that's what that powdery substance was. I didn't know that like there was residue left, you know? And I can tell you right now, I shook hands with someone that was coming in because that was my job. And I was like, "Ooh, my hands are burning. I got to go wash my hands." So it is one of those things that like some people just don't notice or they don't know. And like you could just be cleaning something up and it's there because you're in a public restroom or something like that. So different things, anything can happen. So it's good to at least know that you have that.
I got you, friend.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
All right. Bye. Thank you.
Bye, Mia. Can we get W's for Mia, please? And Mia's going to send me that link. We're going to put it in the link tree. That's really good info to know. Guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, we'd like you to hop in the box or give us a ring. Our phone line is open, so if you're over on the tube, give us a call. Yeah, get it, guys. Just Trump supporters at the moment, please. We do love if you guys are friendlies, or if you wanted to talk more about that, that's great. But right now, just want to talk to some Trump supporters. We do appreciate you all, but just want to talk to the Trump supporters at the moment. So yeah, Trump supporters, hop in the box. Let's have a conversation, or give us a ring. Give us a ring. Give us a call. Let's have a chat. Brian, do you want to come up and ask? You could come up and ask Nemo if you want to come up and talk to him. That's fine. I don't mind. I mean, a fellow Boston resident. You know, you're welcome here anytime. But you know, since we're practically neighbors, friend. I think Brian wants to ask you out, Nemo.
Yeah.
It looks like it.
No. Brian and I go way back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brian, if you're able to hop on,
yeah, come on up.
Then come
if
up right
if
quick.
you want or not. It's totally fine either way. You feel free, friend. But it says, "Are we really?" It's our friend Boston Brian. I'm just outside. I'm just north of the city here. How are you, friend?
Are you really, brother?
Oh yeah, man. I won't say. I don't like to say exactly where I'm at. Let's just say I'm right at 93 and 95. How about that?
So it's North Shore versus South Shore once again.
Where are you ish at?
I'm on the south. I'm south of Boston. just south.
You know what? I'd still break bread with you, friend. It's okay.
Oh, of course, you gotta. I mean, come on, that's what we're here for.
That's right.
But I appreciate you having me up. I watch you all the time.
Oh.
Nemo and I definitely go way back. I mean, when I first started doing the whole TikTok thing, it was Nemo and a bunch of us that were having 12, 14-hour lives trying to discuss this shit.
Yep.
So, I mean, to say how much this app has changed since then, Nemo, I'm sure he can attest.
Yeah.
I'm sure anybody that's used this for enough time can attest to how much this app's changed.
It
I mean, it's
back
pretty
in the
much
six
it's
box
damn near
days.
unusable at this point. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, that's why we're over on the tube. We're dual streaming over on the tube right now, and definitely making some inroads over there, and there's definitely movement there and different things. But I know exactly what you're talking about. Even though I haven't been doing my own lives for that long, not like you guys, but I've been at least on and around the app for a while, and I know exactly what you're talking about. So yeah.
Well, even what a live is now has changed so much. Like it used to be just, 7 of us, 8 of us sit up in a box. And then, if anybody did want to come up, they could, if they were MAGA, if they were somebody else. But now it's more like, it's definitely geared towards opposition only, having more just the MAGA crew up and trying to kind of, obviously debunk their bullshit for good reason. But I mean, even just the way it's utilized at this point has changed.
Yeah, true. So
Yeah.
true.
But I mean, what you're doing in spreading to YouTube I mean, if you could put your finger on as many platforms as humanly possible, that way you're not getting caught with all your eggs in one basket.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because I'm trying to do the Twitch, YouTube, the rest of the things for the podcast, which is what I was asking in the chat that you so rightly called me out for.
Well, I mean, I was just saying, you want to ask him out. I mean, you should come on. Up and ask. No, I just
Yeah.
but I would have him. You should have. I mean, I've got him 4 nights a week. You have him.
No, yeah, I try to have anybody as many voices as I possibly can on. We've talked to some great people from Ukraine, some great politicians running now. Well, people running for office now in this country, and obviously anybody that likes to speak up. So I know Nemo's pretty good at what he does, as you are yourself. So I'd like to have anybody on that could spread the word. That would be good at it.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, no, I'm happy to come on. I was halfway through typing it out before you came up. Are you on Discord?
I have a Discord. I'd be lying to you if I told you I knew what the fuck I was doing when I was on there.
I mean,
I'm a 40-year-old boomer, so I don't know what the fuck I'm doing at half the time. So
to be fair, I have a whole server, and I don't know how the fuck to do Discord. I just there are smart people in the server that do things.
Now, Matt, is that how you're utilizing the phone calls? Because I know a lot of people use Discord for the phone-in type of aspect.
So I'm not. So what I've got is I have Google Voice, and it took me a hot minute, but I figured out a way to route everything via the audio to get it so that the guests can hear the caller can hear the guests. There's no echo like a feedback loop or anything. It took a good bit of time. My viewers will tell you, Nemo will tell you, like we had to really try, but we finally have figured it out, and we've been doing it now all this week. This week has been the first. If you watched it all, this has been our first week, and it's actually been successful now that we can take guests from off the app, which I think will really help with the folks on the other app, like with YouTube and with Twitch and stuff like that. I think it'll really help with engagement there, because we want to engage with more people, because obviously the TikTok crowd, we kind of like we're cycling through the same, it's like now it's just the same people, because I think one of the things that's contributing to the downfall of the app is a lot of these people, man, they just don't want to defend him anymore, and they're not here. They're just dropping like flies,
Well, that and the content's not being pushed out. So it's unless people are actively seeking you out, already know about you and know about the live and stuff, it's not being pushed out to new people.
Right.
I mean, I know I hate the whole, I have this many followers and I'm only getting this many views type of aspect. But I mean, at some point it is a conversation that needs to be had. If you got, 100,000, 200,000, 1 million, 3 million, subscribers or followers or whatever, and you're only getting 500 views or 100 views on a video. I mean, obviously something's going on. And every time I put one out, I just put out a video the other day about the Olympic the Olympic hockey situation, the men's team and what they were saying, the jokes that they were laughing at, and obviously the whole Cash Patel thing. And it had a little over 1 million views in a day between Instagram and Twitter. They decided to throw it on Twitter, and they went crazy. But again, it wasn't allowed on TikTok. It was against the community guidelines on TikTok. I even tried to re-upload it, and they took down the sound. Like, they're not letting any of the content get out there that needs to get out, no matter what it's about. I mean, I think I put a video out again about Punch the Funkin' Monkey that was against community guidelines somehow. I was like, wait a minute, what?
Fuck. What the fuck? You gotta be kidding me, bro. This is ridiculous. Like, I can't believe that.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I feel like that's going to be more and more common in the post-acquisition TikTok.
Yeah, I'd rather go back to the Chinese spying on me, to tell you the truth. I was okay with that.
Right?
I didn't have shit. I didn't have shit they could take anyway. If they want to sit here and watch me watch some World War II documentaries, fucking go for it, Xi Jinping.
Right?
Yeah, I know,
Right? Like, I mean, I was saying before the acquisition, if they want to make it a law that government officials can't have it on their phone, or that you have to handle it a certain way, okay, fine. That makes perfect sense to me, right? Because, something spyware. But for your average person, I mean, shit, the ByteDance knows how to make a good algorithm. Like, who cares? Go for it.
No, that's the same way that I was feeling. Like, again, if you want to make it, so you can't be a politician or have a position of power in this country, utilizing the app because of the security instances or whatever you look for. But then, like you said, the regular people on here, what the fuck? What are they going to care? They're going to sit here and watch the Bruins game with me,
right?
Come on.
Boy. No. And I had way too many people, by the way, wanting to talk about the Pats after the game, and I was just wanting to come up and talk about the Pats, and I was just like, I don't want to talk about the fucking Pats. Like,
the better team won. The better team won.
But I kept telling everybody, I was like, guys, this isn't like the old days. I was like happy. It was fun. Like, we did it. We made it. It was fun. It was a good team, and like I was like, fun, great. I had no expectations. I'm like, everyone, just leave me the fuck alone. Let me get back to
right. Well, luckily the focus was taken off the game a little bit because of the halftime show. So
Yeah.
I don't think you had to deal with the Patriots talk for too long.
This is true. This is very true. But
I don't think, going back to your Discord and the phone calls, I don't think people understand like what you're doing and like what, like, just probably 10 years ago, how this would have taken CNN or MSNBC like 17 trucks, 14 people to try to get a camera, a microphone, people up here on screen, a phone number to call so you can talk to people. Like, it's pretty cool if you think about it. Still, what we're able to get done and accomplish with with what we have here.
I mean, yeah.
It's become way more accessible. It's crazy.
Now, what do you think about Swayman and McAvoy?
I mean,
Come on, hit me. Come on, hit me with it.
I don't want to. No, I don't want. I can't. Man, I like. You put me on the spot. And we got between like here and the two, we got 1,000 people. I mean, I don't know, man.
I'll go first. I told them
go
they can
first,
stick
fine.
their gold medals straight up their ass, is what I said. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm glad I at least got a tweet out between the time that they won the gold medal and the time I found out Cash Patel was fucking partying in the locker room. So I at least had a smile on my face for about 30 fucking seconds.
My problem is this, right? Is because I mean, obviously I want to support the Bees. And I'm like, I'm a big fan of our hometown teams, and I also feel like on the whole, I do think that our hometown teams, and for the most part, our players, like, they kind of do the right things. For the most part, we got a couple of rotten apples, but I'm like, for the most part, it's fine. But that shit the other day was just was like,
well, there's so not like we don't have shit to celebrate. You know what I mean? So people were fucking rightly excited for fucking 2 seconds to have something to celebrate, to be like, okay, at least we could have something to be proud of. It's the women's and the men's. We took down the gold in the hockey. Like, I know shit's, on fire here in the United States, but at least we got this. And then next thing you know, you cut to social media and Cash Patel is pouring Corona all over himself. It's like, does he understand the irony of drinking a Mexican beer at this point in time?
Well,
you know what I mean? Like, I don't even know if anybody even pointed that part out yet.
Well, the irony of that,
to sit there smashing Corona.
Well, the irony of that, or juxtapose it with the video of him before he became FBI director, calling out Christopher Wray, going, well, he's taking those G5 trips and it costs him $15,000 a pop, and he shouldn't be doing that as FBI director. And then he's there in the locker room popping bottles with those guys. Like, who paid for that? Cash? He's flying around to meet his little girlfriend and doing all this shit. Like, what a fucking hypocrite, that guy.
How is he smaller than an 8-ounce Corona bottle? Like, I knew he was tiny and shit, but I just don't he had to have help, like pouring the beer on himself, like Donald Trump does drinking a glass of water.
He is a very tiny man. I don't know how tall he is. He is a very tiny man.
Christ almighty.
Kid, like, come on, kid, like, get the fuck out of here. I fucking can't with this guy. It's just fucking.
I mean, as a lifelong hockey player too, like I grew up playing sports, hockey. Like that is not the guy. Like if you win something like that, and of course I'm not ever saying I've been in a position to win anything that elite, obviously, but just comparing, circumstances. You don't want assholes like that in the fucking locker room after the game. You want people that helped your team win, the coaches, the trainers, your friends, your family, your teammates. Like you don't want random assholes that are trying to soak in the victory that had absolutely nothing to fucking do with it, taking all the glory and shit like that. Not only that, but these motherfuckers have managers, they have PR people, they got fucking coaches, trainers to be like, listen, maybe you don't understand the political ramifications and how this is going to be taken optically, but I do. So having the FBI director that's now lied to Congress, that is now covering up the Epstein files, in the locker room pot with you, maybe not a good fucking look. You know what I mean? And then to not have any self-awareness about talking to Donald Trump at this moment in time and trying to break it down like, oh, he's just the president. He's just the president. Of course, you're going to take a call from the president. Well, then you're ignorant or incompetent. Either one or the other. It can't be both. I mean, you know what I mean? You can't understand what's going on in this country and then still take the guy's call. You can't.
No.
Yeah. I heard this thing yesterday that it really summed up just how out of place having an FBI director in a locker room was. It's like, okay, instead of Kash Patel, just imagine that it's a hockey team celebrates win with J. Edgar Hoover. Does that sound normal to you? Like they're trying to say that it's not political. Dude, what? Come on.
Well, is a selfie with Caroline Levitt, whose job it quite literally is to lie to the American people? Like, is that political? Is going on Sean Hannity's show, is that political? Because I'm pretty sure we all know what Sean Hannity stands for and what he's defended and how responsible he is for what we're going through right now. So is that a political statement or what? Like, how am I supposed to read this? You know what I mean?
It absolutely is. And back to your point, by the way, it's like when you say it's like there's people yes, I saw it. When you're talking about those people, it like being in those spaces and how it's just not the norm. Do you remember in 2004 when the Sox won, the uproar because of Jimmy Fallon and Drew Barrymore because they were filming this stupid Fever Pitch movie and the fact that they were on the field and people were like, what the fuck?
Losing their minds.
They lost their minds. Yeah. And that was Jimmy Fallon and Drew Barrymore, and they were like, why are they there? Like, who fucking cared? Like, no, like, you were, no thank you, wrong place, wrong time. We do not want those people there. And this is like, what the fuck is the FBI director? It's like that sort of out of place thing. And yeah, it just ruined the entire thing. And I think that we couldn't go more than 30 fucking seconds. We couldn't go more than 30 fucking seconds in this country without and these are, by the way, these are the people that are like, why can't we just get along? Why can't we all come together? We need to come together. Let's come together. Why can't we come together? We couldn't do that because they had to get on this call with the President of the United States and they had to make fun of the women's team, and they had to do. It was like, Why?
Right.
Why the
And
fuck?
even the people trying to play devil's advocate that are like, well, they were, they're in this like celebratory mood and, they kind of got wrapped up in the celebration. It's like, okay, like even if I were to stipulate that, right? So Jack Hughes' mom came out and she was talking about the camaraderie between the women's and the men's team and how they were hanging out in the village and how they were really supportive and uplifting of each other. And it's like, okay, well, let's just take this into account. If the men's team actually respected the women's team, right? And let's just say the men, for whatever reason, didn't care about the files, what's going on in America with ICE or what's happening between, our NATO allies and this government. Let's just stipulate that they don't give a shit about that. If they did somehow respect the women's team and the women's team came out and declined the invite because they were either too uncomfortable, didn't like the message that it represented, whatever it was about, then they would take the women's message into account and say, I stand with the women. If they don't feel comfortable at the White House, I don't feel fucking comfortable at the White House.
Yep.
If they don't want to support the message, then I don't want to support this message. Regardless of what we feel, they stood by us when we were playing together. They shared their blood, sweat, and tears in getting the gold medal themselves. If they don't feel comfortable, neither do we, and we're going to support their decision. You know what I mean? Like, that's all that had to fucking be done, and they would have got a lot more respect. They would have got a lot more praise. They would have got a lot more fucking publicity for the right reasons if they had just done that.
No, but they're too scared. They're too scared. They're just they don't they there was no thought. There was no thought of standing up and doing that thing. There's just they're not those people. Like our friend Mia said, yeah, they're not accomplices. And I was most disappointed with the mom. I was so disappointed. Like I was just like, you're a woman in this sport, and what she said. But then when I heard her say it, I was like, yep, you raised those kids. I was like, you raised those kids who weren't willing to stand up and do the right thing. So I guess this all kind of tracks. It's like, and we need to do a better job of it's totally fine to have your kids in sports and play sports and do it's totally fine. But teach your kids the right way to be in sports, guys. Like let's be right.
Yeah.
I'm a dad. Let's be good to our kids and teach them the right things to do. The right thing to do there would have been to stand shoulder to shoulder with the women's team. That would have been the right thing to do.
I mean, especially after the shooting in Rhode Island as well, to have this moment for hockey in general after what we saw take place there would have been, an unbelievable moment and still should have been. But I mean, it even I was kind of right even with the 5 players that didn't go, because a lot of people were trying to give them praise, and I said, listen, it doesn't mean shit. I'll give you half credit, but unless you pair that with a fucking public statement denouncing what this government does, denouncing everything that it stands for, and telling us that's exactly why you didn't show up, I don't give a fuck why you didn't go, okay? I don't care. It could have been your kids. It could have been your family that you needed. Your team didn't want you to go, whatever it means. If it's not a specific statement from you, like what was his name? Gensel came out. Everybody was giving him credit because he didn't go. He was questioned about it and gave a mealy-mouthed basic answer like, no, it had nothing to do with me not wanting to go. I would have loved to have gone. I just, wanted to be with my family, this, that, or the other. So I'm not giving the 5 any fucking credit unless they come out with a public statement saying this is specifically why I didn't show up, because of the atrocities, because of the fucking rights being stripped of the American people, because of the ongoing cover-up by this government, this, that, and the other thing. Then they don't get any fucking credit from me.
For sure, man.
Yeah. I know that there was the controversy, it feels like a month ago now, with the Olympian that, well, actually, I think there were 2 of them that Trump was whining about on Truth Social, when they were asked during a press conference about, I can't remember what the question was asked. It was during the ceremonies. They were asked, how do you feel about being here as representatives of the U.S. and while bad things are happening. I can't remember what it was, and Trump was griping at them because I guess they weren't sufficiently patriotic in his eyes or something, and it was just ridiculous. And MAGA was trying to argue that this is apparently the first time that there's ever been any kind of, political statement during the Olympics from Americans on domestic issues in the U.S. And that's just no civil rights. Like, you can go back to the civil rights movement and see, like, the famous legendary Black Power salute. Like,
Right.
that was happening. That is one of those iconic images. And it wasn't just that, it was the guys talking about it afterwards, and saying to cameras exactly why they were doing what they were doing and what it was about. And
That's
so,
why
yeah,
the
this
State
is-
of the Union protest would have been so good. Not to change subjects, but that's
Yeah.
why, I mean, the same thing that happened to Al Green last time he protested. It's not just about the protest itself. It's about the media coverage. It's about the interviews that you get afterwards and being able to spread your message, use that platform to get out the ideas and the policies and the dissenting opinions against this government that you want to get out. So it's not just the moment in time that you're supposed to use right then. It's the publicity and the time it affords you to get your message out there afterwards. So again, to utilize that and to further your point there, it's also an example that they can't act like they didn't understand the severity of the moment or, again, the issues at hand. Because, again, well, I don't know if they were skiers or whatnot, but the few people that had been speaking out at the podium and were getting ripped apart by this administration, like that was widely covered. You know what I mean? So the hockey team, the men's hockey team, has no excuse whatsoever to be like, oh, we didn't know that, politics was going to come into this, and the people that it also shows the political pressure put on people by this administration, right? Like, so we talk about like what would have happened if the coaches didn't allow Cash Patel in there. Would they be up for investigation by the FBI now? Would they be looking into the USA men's hockey team for some reason?
Yep.
I mean, this is why you continue to see these people showing up in these places and using and expending this political capital pressure that they're putting on these people. It's like, well, I'm a high profile member of this government. You're not going to give me special access. You're not going to give me this, that, or the other thing. Well, guess what? We're going to make your life more difficult. You're not going to get that merger to go across, or, whatever it may be in the different aspect in a topic that they're talking about. That's just another aspect. Who knows? Maybe they were like, shit, fucking, if we say something to Cash Patel, next thing you know, he goes to the president. Next thing you know, we're up Shit's Creek without a paddle and we're on True Social 14 times tonight. Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. That's, I mean, it's, you don't, I'd like to think that I would say no. I think, it's, I guess it's easy to sit here and be like, yeah, I would say no. I've got my principles and I would stand by it. But you're like, it's probably really hard when you're trying to stare down the director of the FBI or somebody like
well,
that.
Jesus Christ.
Like, what the
it's
fuck are you gonna
impossible
do?
to stare down the director of the FBI.
Well,
Right?
I mean,
You're staring
yeah,
down, down at him.
all right. I mean, well, number one, I
Come on,
don't
you
know.
walked into that
I'm,
one.
and I'm 5'11". I don't know about it's a little. I'd be looking over him. That's number one. But
You'd have to be looking at 10 and 2, like your hands on the wheel while
it's
you're
like-
driving,
it
in
like,
order
I
to
was
stare down the
just-
FBI
just,
director.
Just kind of like it's like,
Now,
what you-
Brian, you shouldn't stoop to that level.
No, I say fuck them. I don't give a
that
shit.
level. Oh, that level.
Fuck them.
Can't go lower than Cash Patel.
Hey, listen, if he wants to give me a chance to knock him straight, I'd be happy.
I mean,
Yeah.
this is Brian. See, this is it, Brian. This is Brian's my kind. See, if Brian and I had a couple, this is how I'd be talking. We'd be back and forth just like this. Actually, speaking of Brian, anytime. By the way, I'm getting with my friend. Next week we're gonna be splitting up our season tickets. I have Red Sox season tickets. So if you ever want to catch a game, we should go. We'll go sometime. Go to Fenway sometime.
That's fucking amazing.
Have a
That's
good
very
time.
nice of you, dude.
Yeah, sometime. We'll go catch a game together, something like that. I love all of our teams, but I'm a old school baseball fan. I do love me some Sox. Sounds like we're also right about the same age too. So sometime we'll grab a couple of dogs, couple of beers at a Sox game. We'll have a good time. So.
Well, I appreciate it. And if, Nemo and I go far enough back where he could probably fill you in on what I'm like after a few drinks. So
I have a feeling I have a feeling I know Brian. Brian, I've known
yeah,
I've grown,
I mean, if
we've
you've been
grown
to a
up-
Southeast St. Patty's Day parade, you've seen one or two of me out and about.
I definitely will. Oh, we got a call. You want to stay for a call?
Yeah.
All right,
Go
let's
for
see.
it.
Hi, thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Nope. Oh, and they hung up. All right, guys, if you voted for Donald Trump and you're over on the tube, call in. I know we've got a bunch of you guys over there. We're open the phone lines up. Call in. You can talk to Nemo and myself and to Brian. Brian over here, our friend Brian, my neighbor. Yes, I've done plenty of Southie parades. I've done plenty
Where are
of
you from originally?
Watertown. Watertown is where I'm at. So I live
What the
right off Charles River Road. So
Did they dispose of the Boston accent in Watertown, or what the fuck happened there? Like, what's going?
well,
Like, I
so
don't
here's
hear
the
even
deal.
a trace.
Originally there, but then I moved down to Plainville when I was younger.
Well, see, there's your fucking problem.
That's the problem, right? Fucking South Shore. That's the fucking problem. And then it kind of got whisked away because then I moved around a little bit. By the time I was in high school, my family, we moved down to Florida for a little while. So I lived down there, and then I traveled all around the country doing some different stuff. I lived in New York City for a couple of years. That was whatever. And then I finally moved back. I don't know, 16 years ago, whatever it is. And the thing is that I spent so much time doing work like out in the Midwest and different things like that I really had to adapt the way that I spoke for them. And I felt like I did it so often that it's more this is more my regular mode of speaking. But if you get me along, we'll just say, if you get me along a little bit, I'm a little more like you. You just got to
I don't think people realize the depth to our accent. Like, I have, a friends and family accent. I have a bar accent. I have a job interview accent. You know what I mean? Like,
it's
if I'm meeting with a realtor accent, it's all
our
different.
code switching. It's our code switching.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
You don't want to walk into the job interview like, hey, what the fuck's up, kid?
Kid.
You know what I mean?
What are you doing? We're gonna go to Biddy Early's, kid. We're gonna play some darts.
Meet me at Mass and Cass, kid.
No. You wanna go to Roller World and pop some back? We're gonna.
No, we'll work on it. If you can believe it, I actually just moved back from California, so this is actually my toned down Boston accent, the California style. So I'm hoping to get it back for some. I feel like I lost it a little bit.
It'll make its way. It'll make its way back. But that's the thing, is that it's one of those. It's definitely one. I keep trying to explain to people too. Everybody thinks that it's the same everywhere, and that's the one thing that I've had to try and explain. I'm like, there's difference between the straight up Boston, like what people think is like I call it. I'm like, you're thinking of the Southie. I was like, that's what you're thinking of. I was like, but then there's the the outer one, and it's like my girlfriend's mom, and she's older, and she's from Quincy, but like older, like in her 70s. I'm like, that's closer to like the JFK, like that's like that old school Mass, where I'm like,
7 years ago,
like,
my forefathers came
like,
to you and we found a bear.
I'm like, not quite. I was like, not quite that, but I'm like, it's a little bit more like that. And then you've got as you move north, I was like, well, you got the heavy down east, you got the Mainers, and they're gonna talk like this, and sure. Come on down. Hey, we're gonna go to Old Orchard and we're gonna have some fries and it's gonna be a good time. And I was like, you got the Mainers, and I was like, that's a whole other thing. And I was like, and don't even get me like, and then like Vermont and New Hampshire, that's a whole thing, and fucking Rhode Island. I'm like, don't even get me started on those guys. It's like it's a whole fucking thing. There's so many different little regional pockets of shit. It's funny. You guys have no idea.
Yeah, I know, that whole conversation just went over the heads of so many people.
I really did. I know. We just bored 1,000 people. It's fine, guys. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
No, but it's a fantastic thing. I'm happy to be a part of the community here. You know what I mean? I just saw a news thing that said that the accent is actually dying. Like the younger generation is like less and less is it becoming a thing to have a Boston accent, which is, I mean, above and beyond all of the nonsense we're now dealing with in the world. Got to be one of the more devastating pieces of news that I've fucking heard recently. You know what I mean? And I mean, I know we're going to war with Iran and whatever, but I mean, to lose the Boston accent would be atrocious. That would just be, I don't know. I can't even fathom.
We need to preserve the Boston accent. We're gonna have to start like an organization to like keep the Boston. I will tell you, my daughter, my daughter, despite us being a little bit North Shore.
Somebody
here,
said khakis and khakis. So I got to go find my khakis, but then I'm going to put on my khakis.
Yeah. Oh, God, you guys. My
Oh,
my
fuck.
daughter's got it. My daughter, I will say, my daughter, it's there. I'm like, kid, she's got it a little bit. Because I know because her cousins, not make fun of her, but they'll like point it out. Her cousins will, and I'm like, you're goddamn right.
Yeah,
You shouldn't
thumbs.
be
You give a
talking
little
like that.
thumbs up in the background. Yeah, a little soft smile to
Like,
yourself.
yeah. I'm like, fuck yeah. I'm like,
All
yeah.
right, we're doing something right here.
Yeah, that's proud dad moment over here. It's like, and when we go to the Sox game, and she doesn't want to go see Wally, and she wants to sit and watch the game. Also, I'm like, proud dad moment. Shit like that. I'm like, oh, you're doing something right over here. If that's all I get, that's fine.
Somebody says every child sounds like a Southie guy.
Oh god damn. Oh fuck. Yeah.
But I appreciate you guys. Before I go, I would just
Yeah.
like to just real quick ask you guys, like, what would you guys have liked to have seen from Democrats at the State of the Union? I mean, my opinion, I don't know if you guys watch the show or the podcast at all, but my opinion is that we totally dropped the ball on that one. I mean, to not be ready and aware and prepared for the situations that the Republicans and basically every State of the Union is known for, the medal ceremonies, the ceremonial pomp and circumstance bullshit. You have to have a plan for that because, I mean, there's no goddamn excuse for not standing for the 5-year-old kid that had cancer the last time in the State of the Union and not knowing about like what you should do in this instance. So you either should have had absolutely nobody fucking there, or everybody walked their ass out with Al Green, something, and it would have totally just taken away that opportunity for the Republicans to even have the moments that they're pushing back on now, which is, the obvious optical points of people not standing for certain things. You know what I mean? But what do you guys think? What did you guys wanted to see?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they should have walked out with Al Green if they showed up in the first place. That there was an attempt at doing counter programming where I think there was a State of the Swamp rally or something. Look, it would have been more
It was
effective.
the People's State of the Union and the State of the Swamp. There was like a couple of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think that either they should have put more effort into organizing around counter programming, but also I think that I don't know if counter programming would have really worked. I think that what would have ultimately been more effective is just walking out, like making it a point to walk the fuck out, because that will be captured on camera and it's the State of the Union, so it's going to be televised.
Well, we always talk about we don't have the political power right now. We don't have the House. We don't have the Senate. We don't have the presidency. We don't have the Supreme Court. So therefore, we have to use every and all opportunities afforded to us, given to us, to take those moments where people are going to be watching, where you can get the eyes and the cameras on this situation. And of course, the State of the Union being a great example of a time where you could get, a message out there and make sure that people understand that you're a cohesive unit. And I think it's a total failure of Democratic leadership to not have everybody on the same fucking page. Regardless of what that page would be, if you're all going to stand there and do something as protest, then do it. If you're not going to show up, then do it. But do it as a unit so the American people see you as an opposition party together, fighting together against the regime in place right now. That's what an opposing opposition party does. They oppose what's going on. They oppose the government and its regime. So to sit there and have everybody doing some things here, some people are standing, some are clapping, some showed up, some didn't, just to me shows a discombobulation in the Democratic Party between, what everybody feels is the right thing to do. And it would have been a great moment to show the people in this country that we all stand together, united against this fucking fascist regime. And they failed to meet the moment. You got Chuck Schumer shaking hands with Howard fucking Nutlick, which is just beyond the pale in my eyes. I mean, if we're going to be sitting here telling everybody that they deserve to be arrested, locked up, and fucking tried for their crimes, their corruption, and what they're doing to this country, you can't be sitting there shaking hands with them at these fucking black tie events. I've had a problem with this for a long time. These politicians go around and they talk shit about everybody. Next thing you know, you're watching these, comedy black tie events or the White House fucking dinner or whatever it is, and they're all buddy sitting together, chumming it up. It's like, well, fuck you then. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This isn't I only hate Nazis at fucking, between the hours of 8 and 4 p.m. or something like that. You know what I mean? I don't fuck with them at all. So I am sorry if it's here, there, or the other place, you're going to get a fucking shot in the teeth, or at least the fucking silent treatment. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't fuck around with, okay, these are my enemies, but only while the cameras are on type of bullshit. So to not have everybody on the same page is fucking an absolute failure at a moment in time where we can't afford failures, where we have to utilize every fucking piece of propaganda, every piece of fucking television, every piece of this, that, or the other thing that we possibly can to get the message out there to people to vote against us in midterms and shit, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, Schumer was. I think that Schumer's phoned it in for a while. I feel like he, on some level, I think that Schumer's probably accepting that he's going to retire within, if not in 2 years when he's up for reelect, at least the term after. I think that he's phoned in, and I mean he sucks right now as the Senate minority leader. He's terrible, absolutely terrible. And I mean Hakeem Jeffries. Oh my God, the amount of disappointment that I have with Hakeem Jeffries. I expected a successor to Nancy Pelosi. Like, I expected that. People are going to sit here and, I mean, I know that Red Hats are watching, so they're about to do the dialogue tree of, oh my God, Nancy Pelosi, corruption, blah, blah, blah. Cool. Yeah, she was also the head bitch in charge. She owned the room when she was there. Like, when she was running the
even
party,
Republicans give her dues as far as that's concerned.
Exactly. Like I have praised Mitch McConnell for being the head motherfucker, because Mitch McConnell, Turtle McGee himself, like, well, he's turtling his way into a 6-3 Supreme Court. That is Mitch McConnell.
And he literally has a statement saying that his entire goal, is to stop and block the policies and anything that the Democrats want to do, like a true opposition party. You know what I mean? Like he's literally on record saying that shit.
Yeah, and so like when Pelosi was the leader of the House Democrats, she was not to be fucked with, and you know, for better or worse, right? Because there were times that she literally made AOC cry on the House floor one time. There's video of that. She walked up to her, whispered in her ear very quickly, walked away. AOC was crying. That is the level of like force of nature that we're talking about. So when she handpicked Hakeem Jeffries, I was expecting like another level, or like the same level of political acumen, of leadership. I was expecting that. At minimum, I was expecting that.
Unfortunately,
And
I can
he's
think
failed.
of 3.5 million reasons why we weren't ever going to get that in between him and Schumer and the AIPAC money that they get, which is probably another huge reason why they're trying to, from the reporting that I've seen, strike down this war powers resolution with Iran, which is trying to get senators to go on record on where they stay, what they feel about this. And apparently the reporting is from a couple of their aides and a couple staffers is they're trying desperately not to have that happen.
Well, yeah, I mean obviously they do not want that. I would say that come the midterms and come, I mean, assuming that we can get through the fuckery that we know is coming, right? Assuming we get through the fuckery and we get to this coming January, I expect a serious challenge to Jeffries. I really, really do. I expect a serious challenge to Jeffries. And I agree with Nemo also, and I'm sure with you too, Brian. I mean, I'm sure you feel the same way. Schumer's phoning it in because he knows his goose is cooked. He's cooked because of the fact that he's getting primary. He knows it. He knows that he's mishandled situation after situation. He's too old. He is not the man for the moment. Like everything about him, I think he can just feel it. He knows he's done. That guy is cooked, and which sucks because I feel like now he kind of feels like, well, I don't really have anything to like really push for, so I'm just gonna continue to be mediocre Chuck Schumer, which is frightening. I really hope that someone challenges him in the Senate. That would be good. Well, no, I mean,
AOC,
I mean now, Nemo. I agree. AOC is 100% going to challenge him for the primary, but I mean like now moving forward, like in his position of leadership, I was like, God, rally behind someone else because Schumer is just such a fuck puppet. He like, God damn, dude, like grow a fucking spine, but he doesn't care. You know, he just doesn't care. So
Well, it's like, how can we? It goes along the lines of, telling everybody that they're fascist. Next thing you know, you're partying with them at this, that, or whatever event. Well, it's like, okay, how can we tell everybody that this guy is corrupt as he is, 34-time felon, all of the allegations and what we know about him as far as treatment of women and stuff. I'm trying not to get you taken down, so I don't want to be too explicit, but I mean, and then to be like like he came out the other night to say, well, let's just at least give the president the chance to tell the American people his case on going to war with Iran. It's like, no, what the fuck are we talking about here? What do you mean? Like, we're not going to tell everybody and to be correct in our statements of him being a fascist, an authoritarian, violating the Constitution at every turn, and then be like, well, on this instance in war with Iran, maybe we should just hear him out. Like, that's horseshit. Sorry, ain't happening, ain't flying.
Yeah, that is just insane. Shout out to Ro Khanna and
Thomas Massey.
Thomas Massey. Yeah. So Massey and Ro Khanna. I mean, like, if you want to talk about actual bipartisanship, that is not just fart sniffing bipartisanship of we're coming together. No, actual cross-party working together. Those two, like, yeah, okay, no, we are going to force the Jeff Files, and we are going to force the Iran War Powers Act. Like, that is happening. I think Ro Khanna is also gearing up for Iran.
let's see. We got someone here. Hi, thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
How old are you and what state did you vote in?
Fuck you.
Nice.
This is just a small example of why I'm a little bit wary on putting a phone number up on my podcast.
Fuck you.
Got him.
Brian, if you do it, the fun part is when you have the number off, and like if people have like they can because I mean it's a Google Voice and it's obviously not like any number associated with me, but when you have the number off, people can still kind of like call and like leave a voicemail and stuff like that. The voicemails are it's a thing.
If they look anything like my DMs, I can only imagine.
Let's just say I've saved a couple of them for potential legal purposes, just in case. No, Neely, I can't play them because they would get my live taken down.
I heard a few when we first put the number up. I heard a few of those voicemails. Holy shit! These people are just.
Oh, you can't be fucking teasing us like this though. You might have to strap one on.
I mean, just imagine
fucking slap one on there.
Imagine like a red hat who has had a few, and middle-aged, very Cliff coded person. Like, just his name is Cliff. He lives in Wisconsin, and he's at a job that he definitely would not get nowadays. He wears New Balance sneakers. He shops at Walmart. Exclusively wears Faded Glory button-up shirts. That is that like, imagine that person, and then he's had a few, and then he thinks that the voicemail is us actually listening to it, as opposed to he's just talking into the void.
All right.
And it's wild.
Okay, for Brian, I have one that I can play, but I'm gonna have to cut it off before the end. This is the tamest one that I can play. The tamest one that I can play, and I'm still gonna have to cut it off before the end. Okay, here you guys go. All right, ready? All right.
You want to sit there on your little fucking podcast and say that you're religious and you're Christian and all this, but you're over there talking shit about other people. You're fake as fuck, just like the rest of you cockblockers. Suck a dick, get a life, and do something with it. Instead of being on here, being a fake Christian, and then you're turning around because something's not going your way and you want to talk shit.
And then I can't play the rest because then he just starts slurring.
Does he
so,
realize he's describing himself to a T? Oh no.
I mean, and
Yeah.
number
Do
and-
something with your life as a wild fucking statement as you're calling up a random Discord number or whatever it is
Right?
for TikTok Live.
calling up a random Discord, and then I'm like, also like neither of us claim to be. We're not like claiming to be Christians over here. That's you like totally misconstrued that. And then I was just like, I'm like, all right, dude. I'm like, what the like. What are we doing
Yeah,
here?
as he's sitting in a pile of fucking empty Natty Light cans, pulling on his pud.
But then lastly, Brian, the great thing is that if you do this, you'll notice that Google Voice has caller ID just like anything else. So,
No.
oh wait, hold on, wait.
Here he is.
Wait. Thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. How
What are
old are you?
your
And what
thoughts
state did you vote in?
on the Battle of Hoover Dam?
I'm sorry.
What are your thoughts on the Battle of Hoover Dam?
Boy, this is.
Well, I say you can take all the damn pictures you want, ask all the damn questions you want.
Yeah, get your damn bait over here. You know, like. God.
We'll take you to the damn merch store afterwards.
I'll tell
But
you.
I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure it pays off every once in a while. You know, you do get somebody that wants to have a good conversation and stuff. But I'm sure you're gonna fight through a lot of this before you get to that person. You know what I mean? That's the problem.
Nemo, we've actually had a number of like legit phone calls this week. We did have
It's very possible that these fuckers just follow me around, and it's just that's the possibility. Maybe it's just me
yeah, it's your
tonight.
fault.
It happens. Yeah, fucking Christ.
Last night we had the last call of that night was the 19-year-old guy who that ended up being a good call. That ended up being like a good conversation. I felt hopeful at the end of it. So it is one of those diamonds in the rough situation because there are a lot of just dipshits.
Also over on the tube, you have thanks to NR Milford for the $10 super chat, who wanted to say, great show tonight. Say hello to Brian. I love his work and saw his video on the hockey team earlier today. What a treat. So saying hello to you, Brian. Also thanks to Melvin for the $20 super chat. Hi guys, damn, my fingers are too big and slow. Does Mia like teacher training as an old man who went for gold? I would be insulted with someone sharing my shine for publicity. My site is now live. Inbox me for sizes, and you're just, yes, thank you, Melvin, we will. We appreciate it. And thank you, Deb, for mentioning the 4,500 racist South Africans that are apparently being relocated here. The refugees is what we're hearing from Reuters. So we're going to follow up on that story. But of course, they're going to relocate white South Africans here. Of course they are.
Well, yeah. I mean, just they're fleeing. They're fleeing from oppressive conditions, right?
So oppressive. Hi, thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I wanted to say thank you as a veteran. As someone who can't do what you guys do, I wanted to say I appreciate all you guys do right now.
Oh, thank you, friend.
You guys.
We genuinely appreciate that. We appreciate your service, friend, and
As
thank you for listening.
As a person who swore on the Constitution to protect the citizens of this country, and then to hear my own family try to justify the bullshit about people getting shot and murdered on the streets, I can't deal with it. I've had to go through multiple mental health therapists recently to process what my family is trying to justify.
Have you thought about making videos? Because you started off by saying that you couldn't do what we do, and I'd like to correct you at least on that. I absolutely do think that anybody with a voice and a phone and a camera could do a great deal of good in this country. I mean, a veteran like yourself speaking out on these would be a huge boost, would be hugely respected and appreciated. I would just like to say.
I thought about it. Whenever I get more free time, I thought about starting up that, because I'm working on starting to start my own investigative journalist company. But right now, with me going through academics and full-time employment, I've been up since 6 in the morning, and I just got home from work.
Ugh.
Yeah, I got you. I feel that, brother. I feel that, man.
So I wanted to call you guys and tell you that I do appreciate you. I listen to you guys every day, and whenever politics with Matt comes on, I tune into you, and I love how you speak with facts and you don't speak with your opinions. I really love that.
All right, man. You're gonna make me choke up a little bit here. What's your friend? What is your name?
My name is Caleb Wilson.
All right, Caleb. Well, you didn't have to tell me your last name, but I appreciate. Can we? I just want to tell you, Caleb, that I really appreciate you. I appreciate your service, and I don't care.
W's in the chat.
Yeah, W's in the chat for Caleb, and I don't care how many people listen to us. I don't care how many people are here. It doesn't matter to me. It's still when it was 50 or 60 people, or if it's 1,000 people now, or whatever it is. If somebody calls up and they're like, "Hey, I listened to you and I enjoy it and it makes a difference for me," then fucking great. That means the world to me. I mean that sincerely, Caleb. Like seriously, bud. Okay.
You guys have gotten me through a lot with all the stuff. I live in a red state, so I get told many times. Like I've even had my boss tell me that I should be hung and branded with the mark of the beast because I'm a Democrat. So listening to you guys gives me hope for the future, gives me hope for the country that I serve for. Because looking at this country now, I'm starting to regret my service, and I don't want to regret that service.
Yeah, man. I don't want you to have to feel like you regret it either. But I understand why you might be feeling that way. But I want to tell you that I respect the oath that you took, and I respect the fact that you honor the oath, unlike a lot of these people who aren't honoring their oath anymore.
I will always honor the oath I took. It doesn't matter if you are a legal citizen, an undocumented immigrant. It does not matter if you are inside of this country. You are entitled to the Constitution, no matter who you are. And it appalls me that people don't realize that.
Yeah, man.
Well, we appreciate you, Caleb, for sure. Absolutely. Thank you for your service. What state are you calling in from? You don't have to obviously give too specific location, but just curious.
The worst state for education, the worst state for crime, Oklahoma.
So you're definitely that blue dot in a red state surrounded by the people. All right, I can feel that pain.
I'm trying to save up money so I can move out of state, go either to Washington or California right now, Northern California.
That would be nice. I hope that's something you can make happen. If that's something that we can help push along for you, why don't you you shoot me a message, if there's something that we can help with or anything like that, or that, you want to put out to the community, you let us know, and we can always try to help. Okay?
Well, I want to say this. For anyone who is, as a veteran, anyone who feels like they can't handle what's going on, or even they're on the side of getting more depressed or getting more anxious, remember that 988 is a good number to call for anyone who needs that help. 100%. Never feel ashamed, no matter who you are, to reach out and to get help whenever you need it.
100%. Absolutely, friend.
All right. I'm going to let you go. Hopefully you get some good options soon.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate you, dude.
Yeah, man. We appreciate you. I hope you have a great great rest of your night, friend.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
No, I can tell you probably more people like that needed serving in our military and speaking up. And again, even if he doesn't post the videos, maybe just making a TikTok-like video, when he gets home. I know he said he's got a lot going on during the day. Maybe that'll kind of, give him a way to get some of this stuff out, instead of, having it pent up again. I'm not trying to diagnose or come up with any, ways to, whatever, I'm not a fucking doctor, but just if some people can deal a little better when they speak it out loud, when they get it out and they say it, they, sometimes you feel a little better.
Yeah, that's a great point. Maybe even just try to just get your thoughts out. It just might be therapeutic just to say it, just to say things or to put it out there. That's a good idea.
Well, especially in Oklahoma, where I'm sure you can't go around to just random places and expect to have a decent conversation with a decent human being that will understand his empathy and compassion for other human beings in this world. It's just when you don't have that outlet, and I mean I think a lot of us living in bluer, more liberal areas kind of take that for granted. I mean, yeah, just having somebody to talk to and having that like-minded person out there that you feel like you can talk to, whether it be the barista or the person behind the counter pump, whatever it may be at that point. But if you don't have that at all and you go through every day not having that fucking outlet to release, it definitely will take its toll. You know what I mean? Regardless, and add that on to military service and the mental aspects that come from serving in the military in this country. Then it compounds. So any way we can help, and I'm grateful that he put out the number that you could call if anybody's feeling a certain way. We need to continuously make sure we put that out there and make people feel like it's not. You're not a bad person. You're not, there's nothing wrong with you if you have to make that phone call. There's nothing to be ashamed of if you have to make that phone call. Lots of things. I want to make people feel as supported and, as lifted up the same way. You can compare this to like the whole Epstein saga. Like when the FBI and the DOJ don't take a meeting with the survivors of the Epstein atrocities, that shows other women all over the world that, maybe you shouldn't speak up against your crimes because, not only do they not, have any accountability and justice to speak of, but their information couldn't even be kept secret. So you could come out with these stories and tell the authorities, and they're just going to release your information. Meanwhile, the fucking perpetrators are still walking freely amongst us. So it's difficult, speaking to having heard, survivors speak about it. It's already a really difficult thing to speak up. And to try to tell somebody that this, that, or the other thing happened, or that this high profile individual that everybody knows and loves did this specific thing to them, backstage or at a concert or whatever it may be. Like, it's already extremely difficult. There's already, a whole society out there that is willing to not believe the women right off the bat and to criticize and critique, their story at every turn. So it's already difficult for survivors and people that have been abused to come out and speak about it. And to make it even more difficult and to put that out there, like, no, the FBI isn't going to care about you. The DOJ isn't going to care about you. You can't get a meeting with the president of the United States. They don't give a shit about you. It just makes it more difficult for, again, survivors to want to, tell people about their stories and to hold people to account,
Yeah. Yeah, it's it's just,
I mean, if you can't get Pam Bondi to turn around and give them fucking eye contact, I mean, what are we doing here, folks? I mean, what is actually the bottom of the barrel at this point? What is the least
but Brian,
that they deserve?
but
I'm going
Brian-
to say eye contact should be there.
but the Dow is at 50,000.
Right.
The Dow's at 50,000.
Right. I mean, just unbelievable fucking ignorance in that moment in time to even bring up something like that is just beyond the pale. I mean, to not turn around, I don't understand what, like, that should have been the biggest and most explosive moment yet.
Should have been. Thank you for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, but I just wanted to tell you guys that holding space for people is really important. And what you're doing right now is making a difference to someone. You don't know that, but it really is. So,
well, thank you, friend. We
I want to applaud
really
you.
appreciate that. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. We got another call come in. We're gonna grab it.
No problem.
I just want to say we appreciate you. Okay. Hope you have a good rest of your night.
Yep. Love you guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How old are you and what state did you vote in?
25.
And
25, North Carolina.
25, North Carolina. All right. Before we get started, just want to say welcome in Hector and Erica Raiders. Welcome in Hector and Erica Raiders. We appreciate you guys being here. Do all the good things, like Erica says. Take care of our friends Nemo and our friend tonight, Brian. Caller, would you like to discuss one of the subjects that I have above my head, or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now?
Something else, I guess.
Okay.
Well, I think he's doing good on. You're gonna disagree with me, but maybe like the border or something like that. I don't really know.
The border. Okay. Also, could you speak up a little bit? Maybe get a little closer to your phone. You're a little soft.
Yeah, probably like the border.
The border. Okay. What about the border would you like to talk about?
Mass deportations.
So you like them?
I'd like people getting deported if they're illegal.
You like people being deported if they're illegal. So just simple as that, huh?
Yep.
Why?
Dude, Trump is the best. He's not racist. He's not.
Are you sure?
Sorry. Sorry.
I mean,
Are you? Should I supply the stuff, or are you good?
The kid's, I hope we know this kid's 11 years old.
yeah.
That was
When
speaking
you
to right now.
when you whisper it,
in case you didn't know.
just so you know, kiddo, when you whisper it softly in someone's ear like that, it's not a threat. It's a come on. Okay.
You're not gonna.
Just so you know, when you go, I'm gonna fuck you up. That's not threatening at all, kid.
Well, I mean, the question is, it's like, even if you want to come on here and, bring up whatever, positive stats that you think you can bring up at this moment in time, it's like, okay, if a guy just saved a cat out of a tree, but you find out 2 seconds later that he's a schmetophile and is, responsible for the most horrendous crimes known to man, are you going to go and have a drink with him afterwards because he saved the kitten? Or like, I mean, are we not going to recognize these other things as well?
Right.
Or how,
No.
like...
I don't think so. Hi, thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Hello?
Hello?
Hi, thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Did I vote for Donald Trump? No, I didn't vote for anybody.
Oh, okay. Do you support Donald Trump?
I want to definitely talk about Donald Trump.
You'd like to talk about Donald Trump. So you didn't vote for anybody?
No, because I don't. I look at both sides and I see where it's wrong and right, and I try to look at both sides and I try to look at a conservative, the conservative, whatever they're called. Like I said, I'm just I was actually
How many sides exactly are there to trafficking children across state lines, across international lines? Like how many sides to that are there?
That's wrong. That's wrong in any kind of that. Come on. You know that.
I don't know that because you said there's good and
there isn't. That's not. It shouldn't be allowed at all. You know that. Come on. You know what
I'm just
saying?
curious the good that you were bringing up as far as the other side is concerned, because I heard both sides, which is clearly right off the bat a red flag
I'm not,
in and of
come on.
itself.
That's wrong is wrong and right is right. You know what I mean? It's one thing we get truth, we get facts, we have, actually, to be honest, the last 35 years, have we had a president?
Statistically,
Yes.
when does the country do better, under Democratic presidents or Republican presidents?
The problem with the Democrats and the Republicans we have these days on both sides, they're both don't even know because they were both once Democrats and they were both once Republicans. Everybody switches up, which is so freaking weird, isn't it?
I don't know. I've never huffed keyboard cleaner before, so I wouldn't know.
Who?
What the
Yeah.
fuck is happening?
You talking about that?
Yeah, Duster's fun.
I prefer
No.
white.
No.
I
I'm
prefer
sorry, I didn't get
prefer
fussy.
whiteout. I'm more of a whiteout guy, but that's just me.
You're a whiteout guy? Okay, you want to hear something funny? I'm just gonna can I tell you a little bit of background on myself? Maybe you'll think it's a little fascinating, or you'll understand where I come from. Maybe where I'm coming from.
Go for it.
Hit us.
Okay, I was born in Yemen. I don't know if you ever heard of the country Yemen.
Yes.
Okay, I'm a Jew.
Congratulations.
Okay,
Mazel
I
tov.
grew up in Yemen. Jews have lived in Yemen way before Islam came around.
Okay.
Okay.
And I came to America, okay, in the early 90s when the Houthis started coming around and they started taking everything and burning up everything, not just the Jews and everybody that was around that area, including the Arabs. That first of all, you should just know the Jews and the Arabs before the Iran came in. I gotta get my shit straight. I'm just like I'm surprised you guys answered. So let me try to figure out my shit. And obviously, you heard me. I'm so nervous. I'm so fucked up all around. Let me get my shit together. I'll call you guys right back.
What is happening?
I was getting the vibe from Waterboy, the one dude.
Hey, look, it's our friend Hector. Hector, thank you for the raid, friend. How are you doing tonight? How was your live? Did you guys have a good time?
I need a drink.
Okay.
Hey, you guys want to play a
Unfortunately, he
game?
drank them all.
Yeah.
You guys want to play a game? Or are you smarter than a MAGA?
Do you want to play a game?
Which, to
Bring
be
it
fair, is a very low bar, but whatever. Would a video showing two different angles of the same incident move the person in the scenario?
Wait, a video. Say it one more time. Would a video? Oh wait. Oh, hold on. Wait. Let me answer.
Please tell me it's him. Please tell me it's him.
No, it's not. Thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. How old are you and what state did you vote in?
Arizona, 54.
Okay. Can I put you on hold for just a moment and then we'll get to your call?
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, they're on hold, Hector. I'm sorry. So could you repeat your question one more time?
Okay. So, say a video that shows an ICE agent allegedly in front of a vehicle that a person was, driving towards. Say there were different angles of this incident. Would any of the different angles move said ICE agent?
No, the angles would
The-
move the ICE agent. No.
The different angles would be would just be different of the same person in the same area, right?
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Two people tonight said yes.
Oh,
Can't be surprised at this point, though, right?
And then we had another guy alleged in the worst video, the one that Donald Trump posted to his Truth Social, the grainiest skipping frame by frame video, that the vehicle that was nowhere near him was the thing that impacted the top of his body, even though that showed him reaching out forward with his hands, but it hit his body. And he looked at the road on the ground and said, that's the vehicle. The gray road versus the burgundy.
Yeah.
I'm about to do a backflip off a goddamn balcony. These people have lost their fucking minds.
Oh yeah, they've lost their minds. But you know this. We know this. We know this. But I want you to take. We're gonna take some deep breaths together. It's gonna be all right, friend. It's gonna be okay. Do you want to be all right?
We are all losing our fucking minds. I just hope everybody recognizes that we are losing our fucking minds.
And I want to point out that this is me one night, and then Hector will be like, "Hey, it's okay," or Erica will be like, "Hey, it's okay," or it'll be Nemo, and they're like, "We're all there." Okay, so I just want to point that out. Now, Hector, do you want to talk to this caller or not? I don't know. I don't want to ruin your
She's still on
mental
hold.
state. All right. Yeah, they're
Fuck it.
still on hold.
Why not?
All right, here we go. All right. Thanks for holding, caller. We appreciate you. Do you want to discuss one of the subjects I have above, or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now?
I don't mind discussing any of the topics above.
Okay, that's great. Would you like to pick one, please? We always let the caller pick one. So.
Well, I mean, I see that you have that Mega isn't Christian. I'm going to tell you something. I voted for Trump, but not because I liked him. I just felt that the country was kind of not doing anything for immigration. So basically,
Wait a minute. I'm sorry.
he.
Oh, wait. What?
So
Go ahead. Continue. Sorry. Go ahead.
so
Sorry.
basically, when for years and years, every politician comes on board and says, "Oh, we're going to have immigration reform, and nothing was ever done. I knew that with Donald Trump's rhetoric, that it would cause people to react. Now we got people talking about politicians,
Wait. So
even the
you
one
voted
from
for Trump because
Oklahoma.
you were trolling? You were
What?
trolling? Like you were fucking rage baiting? You rage baited people because of your fucking because you voted for Trump? That's what you're telling us?
No, basically, no. I voted for him because I knew that he would cause chaos and will get the ballot. That will get people voting to do some kind of immigration reform because he was all against it.
That way
See
of
what I'm
thinking is
saying?
more fucked up than Cash Patel's eyes. I don't know what. I don't know
Well,
if
it's not
that's.
much fucked up, but whatever you want to call it. But now you got governors like from Oklahoma talking about, hey, we need the laborers. We need to make some kind of laws to allow them to work. But believe me, if we would have kept, even though Biden was on board, he wasn't doing anything. Nobody was doing anything about immigration.
They
So he was kind
introduced
of like a blessing
immigration
in
reform.
disguise. You know what
No,
I
no,
mean?
no. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. They introduced an immigration bill every single congressional session. They introduced it in
Yes.
2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024.
But nothing good came out of it. People weren't getting legalized. People weren't getting. I'm talking about in the Hispanics, in the Latino community. I'm a Latina. Nothing was getting
So
done.
what were your real quick? What were your thoughts when all of the industries and the farmers down south were in uproar because of all of the action that was taking the labor away from their companies, and they were actually seeing it hurt their companies to a point where nobody was showing up for work, nobody wanted to go for fear that they were going to get rounded up in one of these.
Of
So
course,
like when we can't.
of course, I didn't like it, but because of his rhetoric, immigration is going to be on the table, and because of
Do you
because
understand
of
how many
all the
lives you're
damage he's
throwing
done.
away? Do you understand how
Hey,
many
you know
lives
what?
you're sacrificing?
It's just the same thing that Trump says. What does he say? You
No,
get
what I'm
peace
saying is,
by force.
Peace
Doesn't
by
he
he said
say
peace
force.
that?
through strength is what he says. But
Yeah,
anyway,
well, whatever
Basically,
that
so
is.
it's
But
peace and
it's the
strength.
same kind of thing. Sometimes you need somebody to shake up the system. And I don't like him, but we voted for him so that he can shake up the system.
hey, you know that there was a very similar way of thinking. I don't want to say the exact year that it was because it might give away, but there was a guy with a mustache once that came to power, and there was a lot of people thinking the exact same way. Like, hey, this guy might be a little fucked up in the head, he may be a little crazy, but hey, do we need to shake up the system here? This Weimar Republic thing ain't really working out for us. So what we need to do is we need this little fucking freak over here that's got all this dangerous rhetoric because he's really gonna stir shit up, and at least people are gonna be talking. How did that end up for us all? How does that end up for all these people? How did that end up for Renee Good and Alex Preddy? How did that end up for all
Of
these
course,
families that have been
look. Of
torn apart?
course, it didn't. Of course, nothing is perfect. But the Latino community was suffering too because there was no path to citizenship. There was nobody talking about immigration and the way to reform it.
Really?
Again,
I'm going to tell you what's
I
wrong with
mentioned.
immigration.
I mentioned. No, no,
They
no.
don't.
I
They
mentioned
sit around and
earlier.
the paperwork. The paperwork
Okay,
and
hang on.
immigration.
Okay, hang on. Time out. My friend Nemo is trying to talk, and you have to stop talking so that we can respond to what you're saying. Can you please let him respond now? Thank you.
Okay, Nino.
So I mentioned at the start of this that the Democrats introduced an immigration reform bill every single congressional session. It didn't go anywhere because of Republicans. Like, there's your problem. I swear, it really could not be more obvious. Like, if you wanna gripe about Democrats being too moderate or too neoliberal, fine, whatever. That's a whole other discussion. But you got guys on one side saying that they want to do mass deportation, rounding up people, and we're gonna comb through the streets and do all this shit, saying that they want to outdo Dwight D. motherfucking Eisenhower, who I used to love until I found out about this thing that I can't even say the name of because the name of it is a slur that you have definitely heard in your life, right? Operation W, right?
Yeah.
There's a certain slur starts with a W in reference
Wetback?
to people from Mexico, right?
Yes.
Yes. Dwight D. Eisenhower. Operation W. Mass deportation program. Donald Trump campaigned on saying we've got to do bigger than Eisenhower. We've got to do it. We've got to do it. No, that's fucking crazy because during
I know, but listen
operation
to
they
me.
deported.
Listen to me.
Oh my God! They
But here's the
deported.
thing.
You're right.
You're right.
Tell
You're
me.
absolutely right. You're absolutely right. But here's the thing. You tell me I'm not right.
You're not right.
No, well, anyway, I mean, what I mean is nobody was doing nothing really for the Latino community.
I'm telling you how you're wrong about that.
I'm not wrong. I hate Trump.
Except
I don't
that
like
you are.
him.
In that
But
as
he
well.
had to be shaken up. The system had
this
to
is
be shaken up.
accelerationist logic. This is accelerationist logic. It's fucking dumb.
The baby just needs a little shake now and again. I mean, you can't fault her for shaking the baby every now and again. I mean, we all know there's nothing that can possibly happen to the child if you consistently shake the child. But again, what she's saying is the baby needs a slap every now and again, I guess.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I mean, don't get me wrong. I feel so terrible about what's going on.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do. I guess I do.
You're defending your vote.
Because I'm Latina.
You can't feel bad about something that you voted for, though.
Hey,
how does that make sense?
I voted for. I was thinking in future tense. Okay. Nobody was doing nothing for the Latino. Nobody was doing nothing for the Latino community.
What Donald Trump was doing, ma'am. Respectfully,
you know how many you know how many times we marched.
Ma'am, respect. Ma'am, respectfully.
You know how many times we marched for legalization of our families and friends.
Ma'am, respectfully. What you're trying to do, ma'am, respectfly. What you're trying to do is
years and nothing was getting done. They were letting Salvadorans in, they were Venezuelans in, but they weren't letting people, Mexicans, just the neighbors who had families here. They weren't letting them get legalized. They were leaving the Mexican people out. They were letting all kinds of people come in from different countries.
Okay.
But Mexico weren't getting papers.
Okay. Thank you. My friend Brian
Can
is
you
now
guys hear
trying
me
to
just
say.
real quick?
What's that?
Am I muffled? Am I mute?
No. We can hear you. It's just our friend on the phone line seems to not understand that we're not going to monologue through other people talking. You have to have a back and forth. Otherwise, we're just going to move on to someone else. Okay?
Oh, well, I do apologize. It's hard to know when you're on the phone. I mean, I'm not. You know what I'm saying? I just couldn't hear him.
I understand. I'm hearing you fine, Brian. But the thing is that the things that you're saying are categorically false. The things that you're saying are just not true. They're not factually correct. There you go, Brian. All right. Now,
all right, so all I was saying is, ma'am, with respect, you are putting your goals and your intentions onto Donald Trump. What you didn't do is you didn't listen to what he was saying and what the people were saying, like you. So you voted for what you thought was a reason that you were coming, like it was made sense in your head. But you weren't listening to the rhetoric and what they were actually trying to get across on what their intentions really were. So you can't then be surprised and say, okay, well, they held up signs that said mass deportations. We can't stand brown and black people. We love burning crosses in the front yard, and then expect to be like, shocked when you see what's going on take place.
No,
When you
I
see them
wasn't
using,
shocked.
white
I
Christian
wasn't shocked.
nationalist music.
I wasn't shocked. I knew that was coming. It was coming regardless. It was coming regardless. Here's the thing. When Kamala was being, she was
Wait, you
trying to
think
get
Kamala
become
Harris would have
president.
sent ICE onto the streets of American
No,
cities
no,
to
no.
brutalize the American people?
But listen to me. This is a man's world. Okay? I love my female women, I respect us, but this is a man's world. You think Middle Eastern countries, presidents or whatever, we're gonna really take her serious?
Yep.
I doubt it.
Well, you're wrong.
Hey.
That's fine.
Do you know how
They don't
many
even
lives that
respect
you
the women
risked
in their
on that?
country.
Hey, ma'am. So it's a common misconception that the power of the U.S. is basically men. I would argue the world is fearful of the fact that we have the largest military and nukes versus the person. There's that. Doesn't matter if people would have respected Kamala Harris or not. She had the power of the U.S. military behind her, and that makes a lot of people buck up. So with that being said, I want to try a different route here with you. Do you have an irrational fear of undocumented migrants?
What do you mean? I didn't understand the question.
Do you have
Do
an
I fear
irrational
them
fear?
or do I fear for them?
Do you fear them?
No. I love many immigrants and I'm friends with many immigrants, but I'm gonna be honest with you. We've been hurting so much. Nobody's listened. Nobody's heard us out. Every year we get sucked up into like they're gonna do some immigration reform and our families are waiting to get, legalized and nobody does anything. So you
So
get to the
do you
point where
think
you
that we
have to do
have
drastic measures.
Fascinating. So, do you think that we have an issue with the backlog of people trying to become citizens? Citizens? Do you
Yes.
think that's an issue? We have too many people in the
Yes.
system, not enough judges and whatnot. Okay.
Well,
Do
yeah.
you think that we would benefit from things like maybe a cap on encounters after it reaches a certain amount, like at the
Well,
border?
I think that they should. I don't think a lot of people, and I'm just speaking about Mexico, okay? I'm not speaking about other countries. Mexico is United States neighbor. You don't treat your neighbor bad. Why not
Okay,
let them
but
get easy passport? Why not let people have the passports? Because a lot of people are stuck in this country because they call it the jaula de oro, the cage of the golden cage. Once you get here, you don't leave for 20, 30 years. You're working your ass off. You never get to see your family in Mexico. But if you
okay.
were to
So
give people their passport, just wait one moment. If you were to let
passports to
people
come
have their
here?
passports, they would come and go. They would
Passports
come and
to
go.
come here?
Yeah, they make it very difficult for
What
Mexican
what stops
citizens.
them from getting their passports and coming here now?
They don't get their visas approved.
Ma'am, can I ask
It's a
just real
difference.
quick? If we're talking about, and Hector, I'll let you go back. I apologize, but like, if your problem is like the the asylum process, the immigration process as a whole, like, do you know how many judges we have compared to asylum cases?
No, I don't.
And just one follow up, and I'll let Hector take over. The other follow up to that is, can you now tell me Donald Trump's coherent and concise plan that he's spit out there that you seem to love so much that he's going to do to change the asylum process and to speed
No,
up everybody's
I'm
ability
not
to
saying.
become? Can you just let me know what his policy process was on that one?
No, I'm not saying he's gonna do it. I'm not saying he's the one that's gonna help immigration. But he was the one that was gonna cause chaos so that it would
You
become on the
voted for
table.
chaos? Like, how do you get
No,
into a conversation with somebody that
no.
voted
I
for
mean, you
chaos?
may look at it in a different manner, but honestly, nobody, every politician that went through here for years promised. You talk to a lot of ask Mexicans what's their frustration. When Biden let all those Venezuelans in and gave them hotels and free to work and everything, and when they were over there taking advantage of the situation.
Time out. When who let the Venezuelans in?
When Biden.
Biden, really? Hector.
They came in when.
Time out, friend. I need to talk to my friend Hector for a minute. Hector, friend.
Yes.
Who was it that granted hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans temporary protected status the day before he left office in 2021?
That sounds like Donald Jimothy Trump.
That's correct, sir. You get a cookie.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Clearly
I didn't know that, but what I was trying to say
And he
though, when
blamed
they
them
came in,
for the Colorado House takeover crap.
Yeah, he did.
what I'm saying, they came in while Biden was in office. I was just pinpointing the time frame.
No, they didn't.
When they
They
were
came
coming
in while
when they were-
Donald Trump was in office, and he granted them temporary protected status.
They were allowed to stay, basically, ma'am. So they didn't come in afterwards. They were here and were allowed to stay, is basically what we're saying.
Okay, well, whatever the case may be.
No, there was a specific case, and that was it.
They granted them housing. They granted them work permits. When have they done that for the Mexican community?
That's
okay. I just want to finish here, and then actually I'm just going to drop, ma'am. So you didn't answer my question in regards to the cap on the southern border when it comes to encounters. Do you think it's good that we would have a cap on the amount of people we are allowed to cross?
I mean, yeah, there should be some kind of cap. You know what I mean? I mean,
Okay.
you got
And
to,
do you think it would be
this is
good? I got you.
America.
I got you. And do you think that we could use more judges and lawyers to process these cases, so that way if someone's a bad egg, we can get them the fuck up out of here, and if they're the good egg, we can give them a smoother process?
Yes, but if there were honest judges, not bot judges.
Absolutely, I agree with you. Bot judges are bad. And do you think that for undocumented migrants who may be here 10, 20, 30 years, paying their taxes, minding their business, contributing members of their communities, do you think before we deport them, maybe we should give them an opportunity to become citizens? So long as they don't have violent crimes on their record, do you think that would be a good thing?
I think if they can prove their case, but the problem, what always happens, people say things
It's
like
it's a
this.
yes or no.
You
It's a
gotta
yes or
wait
no.
in line. You gotta
It's a
wait in
yes or
line.
no.
You gotta do
That was the
things
point
the
of the
right
lawyers.
way.
That was the point of the lawyers and judges. Again, is yes or no? Do you think it would be good to give them opportunity to become citizens if they don't have violent crimes?
Yes, it would be good.
Okay, so
Do you know what a ladder puller is?
this, I'm gonna just get up on my soapbox for 2 minutes and then I'm done. Okay, there's a fantastic study, ma'am. I would strongly suggest you look it up. That was done by the Center for Migration Studies in February 22nd of 2018. It's titled "The U.S. Undocumented Population Fell Sharply During the Obama Era: Estimates for 2016." In this study, it showed that undocumented migrants coming over here fell year over year under the Obama administration to record lows that Donald Trump himself could barely rival in his first term. Yet in 2016, when he came down that golden escalator, or 2015, he ran off of there being this mass crime wave of undocumented migrants coming here, despite all evidence showing the contrary. When he took the Oval Office, he changed the priorities of DHS to go after level 1 offenders over level 3. Quick breakdown. Level 1 offenders would be people would have like little civil misdemeanors, little tiny penalties, such as taking a Kit Kat from a 7-Eleven, versus level 3 offenders, which would be things like aggravated felonies, sexual assaults, so on and so forth. Because Donald Trump decided to prioritize everybody and their mama versus the violent criminals that were harming Americans, we saw an increase in violent offenders that were not caught compared to years under the Obama administration. Fast forward to Joe Sleepy Biden. Day one, or first 30 days of getting to the Oval Office, he presented a bill called the U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021. That would have helped with the first thing we agreed on, which is giving them citizenship here, the ones who were not convicted of violent crimes, giving them a chance to come out to the spotlight and be a contributing member to society more than they already were. Republicans said no. And as Nemo mentioned, which I feel like we've breezed over here for some reason, every single legislative session, Democrats say, hey, here's a bill. Republicans said, no, it's not draconian enough. Fast forward to the end of beginning of 2024, we have S4361. Cap on encounters. Once it increases over a certain amount, they would have slowed down or stopped allowing them up until 2 weeks until the numbers drove down, right? $700 million towards continuing funding the border wall, which I think is stupid. But Democrats conceded. They said, fuck it, you get your wall. Hiring over 1,500, around 1,500 lawyers and judges to deal with the backlog so we can quickly get to the bad eggs and differentiate them from the good eggs. All these things took place. And then Donald Trump was like, no. Only one Republican in the Senate, Murkowski from Alaska, voted yes on that bill. Every other Republican who screamed and cried that we need to fix this issue gave up. Every single one of them decided that they wanted a win for themselves under the Trump administration. And you know what? I wouldn't feel so ridiculously offended by that if when Donald Trump took the Oval Office in 2025, Republicans presented a new border bill that would have addressed some of the issues that the bipartisan one did. But instead, he passed executive orders to shoot at undocumented migrants, scoop them up from their homes, violate due process, and kill American civilians. So all I'm telling you is Republicans have this tendency to play around with the border talking point, to weaponize it in your face, to make you scared, to make actions, and then do nothing about it, whereas Democrats have had solutions this whole time. I would strongly suggest, ma'am, that you look closely at what immigration reform actually looks like and all the things you think are good, and look at the party who's actually doing something about it.
Thank you. You guys have a good night.
I didn't tell her to. I didn't tell her to leave.
Hector, you got her gagged. Holy shit.
I don't know if we were getting anywhere in that conversation, to be honest. Anyway, none of that made any sense to me whatsoever. It was, I mean, I struggle to think what if we were to ask, did she say if she was born in this country or how she got here? But I mean, the ladder pullers in this fucking country just never cease to amaze me. You know what I mean? Like, not wanting other people to have the opportunity and the benefits that they were afforded themselves or potentially afforded themselves. You know what I mean? I don't want to say definitely, but I mean, it's crazy. It's fucking crazy.
I just feel like, thank you for the gifts, by the way. I just feel like one of the things that I try to do to get through to them sometimes is show them that they're the ones being played. When I was a Republican, what helped me get out of that mindset was realizing that I was played. Early 2024, even though I knew I wasn't going to vote for Trump, I did somewhat believe the border was an issue, not for me personally, but something that they should address. And then I looked at the numbers, and then I looked at the bills, and I was like, I cannot believe that so many people think Trump is actually going to fix this when they quite literally keep voting against every solution. How in the world can you support the Republican Party whose main thing, when it's not men and women sports, is immigration, and then completely ignore everything they do to oppose immigration?
As
even
somebody
legal
that
immigration.
studied World War II so much, and we always talk about, is that a call? Sorry.
It's an unknown number. I think it's the person who whispered sweet.
But it's
nothings
always
to us earlier.
Crazy to go back and to talk about how these people were just easily could sacrifice so many people in a single sentence and confine so many people to the fucking dustbin of hell. Like when she's talking about how many people she's willing to sacrifice in her vote for Trump in order to see hopefully this potential resurgence and talk about immigration is just fucking wild to me. It's like John Fetterman or the people on Newsmax where they're like, yeah, just turn Tehran into glass. You know what I mean? It's like, well, do you know how that's about 8.5 to 9.5 million people you're just wiping off the map right there in that one single sentence? It's like, you guys understand and hear what you're saying?
Yeah. Give me 1 sec, guys. Hold on 1 second. Hi, thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Okay. Hold on, we got one more here. Okay. Thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Hello. Thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
You know what it is too, Matt? I think there are a lot of people, like that kid said, like they just don't expect to get through, or like they don't expect you to answer, and when they do, they're like, "Oh shit!"
Here we go. Thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay. How old are you and what state did you vote in?
Say again?
How old are you and what state did you vote in?
Oh, 23 over here in, I prefer not to say the state.
We do ask everyone what state they're in.
Oh, okay, no problem. Washington.
Okay, 23, Washington. Would you like to discuss...
How you doing?
Fine. How are you tonight?
Doing good, yeah. If you just want me to start off with the biggest reason I support him.
Nope. I'd like you to pick a subject either from one of the topics that I have above or something else that he's currently doing since he's become president.
Yeah, something that he's doing, maybe abortion.
Oh my God!
He's not doing anything with that at the moment. So I prefer
Well,
to talk
in my
about...
opinion, he actually solved the abortion crisis in America by allowing states to choose their own, abortion limits. and
Yeah,
such.
hang on 1 second. Bye, Hector.
Yeah, go ahead.
Bye, Hector. Can we get W's in the chat for our friend Hector? Thank you again for the raid, Hector. We love you, friend. I don't know why. Hey, just call her real quick. What's a DNC?
Oh, I have no idea.
There you go. That's why we're not going to talk about abortion with you. Would you like to pick another topic?
Well, what's DMC?
You should go learn about that. That would be great before you start
Okay.
talking about women's health care. Maybe you should fucking learn about women's health care.
Women's healthcare. I mean, I prioritize the life of a baby.
Wow.
Not
Then
to
that's
do that as
great.
human
Then
life.
maybe
Do you have? Do you have
I'm just
any
confused.
other topic? Do you have any other topic that
Sure. Yeah. I
motivates
mean,
you?
immigration's a good one too, right?
Okay.
Immigration. Yeah. You guys don't like ICE?
Yeah, ICE is a terrorist organization.
They're a terrorist organization. Okay.
Yep.
Well, I don't think they are.
Cool story.
Well, what else would you call a governmental agency that uses blatantly and only specifically songs used for KKK and white nationalist purposes to recruit their people? And then also, as we've heard from the recent whistleblower, the fact that they've not only cut a sufficient amount of hours in their training, but it's actually damn near impossible to get failed out of the academy now, regardless of how many violations you have, regardless of how many constitutional laws you broke, or regardless if you pull weapons on your fellow trainees, apparently, per the whistleblower. So, I mean, how do you
So, but
line
get
this
this
all up with
correct.
people that are out there cosplaying, and then obviously lined up with the unprofessionalism and the ill-trained people that are now responsible for the deaths of American citizens in broad daylight on the streets of America?
Fair point. Fair point. Let me just get this straight though. They play a song and they don't have enough training, and that's what makes them a terrorist organization.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
correct.
No. I mean, that's part of it.
Oh,
What
correct.
Brian?
Okay.
No, hold on.
Oh,
Well,
part of
no,
it. I
hold on.
understand.
Hold on. That's part of it. Also, the fact that they're using unlawful violence and intimidation against the citizens of the United States by, I don't know, they're like killing people and they're busting down doors and breaking the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution. That shit. That also means that they're a terrorist organization, bud.
Well, Colin, did you hear any of the whistleblower's testimony? I mean, because it relates specifically to, again, the violation of the
Well, I
Constitution.
kind of don't
a
believe
memo that was. Hold on, let me
whistleblowers at
finish.
all
Let me
in
finish, and then you can
recent media
respond.
because
Let me
of the
finish,
whole.
and then you can respond. Takes 2
Go
seconds.
ahead. My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Your voice is just quiet.
No,
I
all
couldn't
good.
hear
And
you.
then there's a memo. There was also a memo that was going around, a specific email in which they were blatantly talking about the training aspects of this and how they were supposed to, again, train them on going around the Constitution, but they couldn't put any of it in writing. They couldn't have any of their instructions put down in an email or anything after that point. Did you hear any of the testimony? Is basically the general question here by the ICE whistleblower.
So with whistleblowing in general, especially recently within the last 5 to 10 years,
I'm so
we
sorry.
have to both
He asked
admit,
you a question. Did you hear the testimony or not?
I've heard about them, yeah.
No,
And-
not heard
and
about
my-
it.
my-
Did you hear the testimony or not?
Well, let me ask, because It's a bit of a loaded question here.
It's not a loaded question.
My
It's a
point-
real simple question. Did you hear the testimony or did you not? It's okay if the answer is no.
Yeah, it's not a gotcha. Like, I'm just seriously curious because it seems to be immigration's a huge talking point, and obviously, yeah, something that you brought up. And again, if we're talking about you're going to try to
I haven't been
applaud
able
the
to bring up
accomplishments of
anything.
ICE.
You just keep asking me questions. My point with whistleblowers, have you not noticed the last 5-10 years the amount of insane whistleblowing? So whistleblowing is not on the interest of the American citizen. It's just a game of politics that they're playing. So whistleblower or not, it doesn't really mean anything because it's not really true.
I don't understand what that means. How is it not true?
Well,
What if
you
what if
believe in
exactly
aliens,
what
you
he's
believe in
saying
all
did
this and
take
all
place
that.
and is
You
true?
know, they're talking about all sorts of crazy things in the government. Doesn't mean it's true at all. It's all misinformation and false flag operations. So as far as
That's a
illegal immigration,
ridiculous
let
way
me
to
level
go
with you.
about life.
I am absolutely not okay with any sort of violation of the Fourth Amendment. You know, that's awful. But what do we do about the illegal immigrants in our country?
But
But
guys, he's not okay with it at all. But so you are okay with it.
when it's an illegal immigrant, there is cause to remove them from this country because they are here illegally.
So just to double check.
So it's not a violation.
Hold on,
of the
time out. I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
The Fifth Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the 14th Amendment, who do those apply to?
I would say American citizens. I could be wrong though. Sounds like I'm wrong.
You are
the way you're
wrong.
asking.
You are wrong.
Okay.
Those apply to all persons. They've
Okay.
and the Supreme Court has made that clear. Do you know who else says that?
Tell me.
ICE. In their own training
Hmm.
materials up until May of 2025. And the thing that Brian is getting at here, and the reason why we wanted to know if you've heard the whistleblower, who, by the way, sat in front of Congress under penalty
Same
of
with the alien
perjury.
stuff, man. I'm
I'm trying to explain something to you.
It's all misinformation.
Okay, great. So he sat in front of Congress under penalty of perjury, which means that if he's lying, he could go to jail. All right.
Yep.
So if he's lying, he can go to jail. And he corroborated the fact that we already knew that there was a memo sent out back in May that was telling ICE agents to ignore the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution and bust down doors with administrative warrants and not judicial warrants. Their own training materials say you cannot enter a residence, no matter who it is, under an I-200 or an I-205. Period. The end. If you'd like, I can read to you from the training manual itself.
No, that's
or you
okay.
can
That's
go
okay.
look, or you can go look it up.
Well, then
does a threat
another
of
question
national
would be then,
security
how are people
change-
referenced in the Fifth? Oh, go ahead. Sorry, buddy.
illegal immigration, it doesn't affect me personally, but when I walk around in the streets, sometimes I'll be like, what's up with all these girls out here? And they don't speak English. And you can honestly see the human trafficking that does happen.
What are you talking about, dude?
Get them out of the country. Illegal immigrants.
So obviously, this isn't a conversation that's supposed to go anywhere. Obviously,
Well, I'm just confused. Like, okay, should we just let them stay?
what do you mean them? What do you mean they?
Illegal
I mean,
immigrants.
how are people referenced?
Anybody-
Excuse me. Just how are people referenced in the Fifth and 14th Amendment? What how are they specifically? What do they say? Did they say American citizens? Did they say specifically this doesn't relate to illegal immigrants as you call them, or what does it actually say? Does it say like what is it? How does it reference people in the Fifth, 14th Amendments in other places in the Constitution? I'm pretty sure it says
I'm not sure.
all
You'll have to tell me.
persons. All persons.
Okay, all persons.
Yeah, it says people and persons, and Brian is right. And
So,
there's a very
If that's
distinct.
true, why do we not treat terrorists with the same level of?
It's not if it's true.
dignity?
There's no if it's true. That is the Constitution to this
Oh,
fucking
no,
country.
no. Okay, you're right. Because so why do others are playing above me? But why do terrorists not have the same level of legal rights?
I can explain that to you.
And I'm
There's
not
a thing
saying
I can.
illegal immigrants are terrorists.
You just asked a question, and I'll explain it to you very simply.
Right.
Jurisdiction.
whether it's federal or
No, it's
more
just
local
being
kind of thing?
it's just being in the United States. If you commit a crime in the United States or you're on United States land, then that means you are under the jurisdiction of the United States. But if somebody commits a terrorist act outside of the United States, that's not the same jurisdiction, and so therefore the Constitution doesn't apply to them, just like it doesn't apply to people in other countries. It only applies to people here in the United States of America. That's why, if you ask that question, that's why it doesn't apply. If somebody commits a terrorist act here in the United States, they get due process through our Constitution. I live in Boston, okay? Do you know what happened here in 2013?
Yep. The
Okay,
marathon.
great. Yeah, fantastic. I was there, okay? Once they
Very
caught,
sorry.
once it's fine. Once they caught Tsarnaev, okay, he had, now granted, he happened to be a U.S. citizen, but even if he wasn't a U.S. citizen, the same thing would have happened to him. He would have been put on trial, and he could have pled guilty, not guilty, could have this, that, doesn't matter, and then found guilty, gone to prison. That's it. That's exactly how this goes. That's how it goes for everybody, and it doesn't really matter who you are. My partner, she's a federal attorney here. If she has somebody who's not a citizen, and they go to federal prison, and then they're determined to be deported, what they do is they serve their prison sentence, and then they get deported after the fact. That's just how it goes. So we've already got these laws in place, but they're there.
Are you referring to the catch and release program in particular, like with the immigration?
No, it's not. It has nothing to do. There's no such thing as a catch and release program. That's literally not a thing. Okay, so there's no such thing as a catch and release program.
What's the exact terminology then? 'Cause I'm sure you know what I'm referring to, right?
Are you talking to Title 42 and Title the different immigration policies that we put in place on the border?
Well, I know that there's this thing you can do where you can go ahead and self-surrender, and then your court case can be pushed out. You're in California, you say, hey, I'm an illegal immigrant, and they say, hey, here's a court case, and they can push it out to 10 years. And you're actually able to be in the country illegally and still be able to go and work and stuff. So what happens is, these illegal immigrants say, hey, catch and release. They get released back in the United States. So what happens
You keep
is,
saying in this
go
country
ahead.
illegally. How many of the 12 million or so immigrants that came through Ellis Island were legal when they came here? Like, how many of those people were citizens and came here like they didn't come here as citizens? So were they all coming here
Are you
illegally?
talking about
Is
like a
that
long
what you
time,
think?
like a long time ago? Or are you
Yeah,
talking
just a
about
specific
today?
example of when Ellis Island was used for immigration processing. Like 12 million or so
Okay.
immigrants came through that port. Like they were not citizens of this country when they stepped foot on this land. So were they all illegal?
So
Were they
because
all illegal
illegal
and should have been
immigration
sent right
happened in
back
the
out?
past, it's okay for illegal immigration to happen now? Because that's kind of what I'm hearing. I just want to make
But
sure.
I'm trying to
I'm not
explain to you what
misunderstanding.
immigration is. Like people come to this country and then they apply for citizenship. So when you come here,
Yeah.
you're not a fucking citizen. So you're afforded the
Mhm.
right to come here, apply for asylum, apply for citizenship, and go through the process. But you're not a citizen. So that's what everybody fucking does. So at some point, everybody comes here doing the same thing. And again, unless you went through some sort of visa process and some sort of long process within your country that has the affords you the ability to do so. But typically, you come here and you then apply for the asylum process, and then you apply for citizenship. So how do you expect people to do it? Are they supposed to be sent right back out without the ability to apply for a citizenship?
Well, I think right now the whole border situation is very awful as far as even if you're trying to come in legally, you're better off coming in illegally. And I do understand that. I think we'll disagree, but hopefully one thing we can
How would you come in legally? How would you come in legally?
Oh, there are ways. It's extremely hard, but there are ways. But there is one thing we can agree on.
No, give me a
and that
specific
is
example of a
hopefully
way
that
you could come in
the
legally.
entire population of the illegal immigrants has been weaponized by both Republicans and Democrats. Okay? Democrats do not care about immigration. Republicans do not care about immigration either. They're both not on the side of whoever. So if you think Trump is responsible for ICE and such, I think we also need to blame Biden, Obama, and everybody who came before in this broken system.
Bro, how do you come into this country legally? What's an example of a way somebody could come into this country legally, already having citizenship before they step foot into this country? What do they have to do?
You can apply. Go
Apply
through
for
Borders
what?
Customs. Citizenship. It's going to take a long time.
How long does that take?
More than 5 years.
Good
But it's a
luck.
great country, you know. So because it takes a long
So, but
time,
instead,
people
you're
should just
also
come in
afforded
here
the
illegally.
opportunity to come to this country, step foot on the soil, and then apply. So why was that not? Why is that not a similar? Why is that a different aspect in which we were just talking about?
I'm confused.
Because once you
Because
apply
it's
for
happened in
asylum,
the
once you
past,
apply for that, you're doing it the legal way. That is the legal process to becoming a
and
citizen in this fucking
going to
country.
take a long time. So are you saying
Well,
that
then
there's
guess
no
what?
way to
Maybe we
legally
should
come into the
maybe we should
country?
have more than 700
Bro, hold
judges
on.
to 3.5 million asylum
I'm trying to
cases. Then
understand where you're coming from. So you're going to have to speak a little bit more simply for me, okay? Do you,
I
because
don't know if I could do
illegal
that.
immigration happened in the past, you think it's okay to happen now because according to you, there's no legal way to get into America legally? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, I'm saying that it's so fucking obscure that it's almost impossible for you to give me a specific, detailed explanation of how you could do it legally. And I'm also saying that when people do
Okay.
come here,
Okay.
step
Okay.
foot into
Perfect.
this country, much
Yep.
like the immigration process we had
Yep.
long fucking time ago, they can come here
Okay.
and then apply for citizenship, which then makes them doing it the legal way. That is the same thing as them
Okay.
doing it the other way in which you would like them to do. There's no difference. They are
Okay.
afforded both opportunities to do so.
So once again, let me just make sure I'm hearing you correctly. Because it's hard to get a citizenship today, it's a long, strenuous process, all sorts of stuff you have to go through, a lot of bullshit and bureaucracy, right? Because it's hard to get in, they should just come in illegally with no consequence.
That's what I'm telling you. It's not coming in illegally. That's the whole fucking point of the conversation. It is not coming in illegally. It is
Oh,
coming here and then applying for citizenship and applying for the asylum process. That is the legal way to fucking do it. Like, I don't understand what you're not getting about that. That is the legal
okay, but
process.
you
So you have a
don't
hard
show up
time.
to America. Hold on. Because okay, there's a difference. You don't show up to America and say, hey, I'm applying for citizenship. Well, I'm also gonna go down to Walmart. I'm gonna go do this. I'm gonna go do that. Walk down to the gas station. That's not you coming to apply. That's you sneaking across the border and then
That
using the
is
catch
quite
and release
literally
program.
that exact same thing. Would you expect people not to live while their asylum process is being, but their asylum claim is being
I
processed?
assume
They're just
they're
not
in
supposed to go to the gas station?
certain areas while they're getting everything
What do you?
verified.
So they're quarantined. They got to be quarantined until their asylum process can be like. Is that what you're saying?
Is that not how is that not how it works?
No, they're not quarantined until their asylum claim is processed. No, they're not. There may be
So
rules,
they get
regulations, and stipulations on what you can do as far as travel and stuff like that, but you're not like confined to your fucking
okay,
home.
hold on.
You're not allowed to not like frequent the stores and shit.
So they see some people come to the borders place and they say, hey, we're applying for asylum, right? And they go, okay, we're gonna get that paperwork started for you. Welcome to the country. Just leave the building. You're welcome to go anywhere, any state that
That's
you want.
not
No.
how
Be able to
that
do whatever
works.
you want. Okay, so that's what I'm hearing, unless I'm confused.
You're definitely confused.
So okay, are you saying that like it's physically impossible for somebody to enter the United States and for that to be illegal?
Christ.
Is that what you're saying?
Feel free to hop in whenever, guys.
You want to?
You guys are so full of it. You guys don't even know what you're talking
Nemo,
about.
you've been Nemo, go for it. I don't know, my friend. You've been quiet. Go.
Yeah, I mean,
I just don't know what you
Brian's
guys are saying.
describing to you.
What's going on? I'm being so for real right
What?
now. I'm trying to understand what you guys are saying, and all you can do is just speak sentences at 2,000 miles an hour, like anybody's impressed. I'm just trying to figure out what you guys even think, and you're telling me, I guess, that because illegal immigration or because it's hard to get a citizenship in the United States, that they should just be able to come here illegally, or what's
What
going
I was
on?
trying to do is call out the hypocrisy in you being like upset at the people that are doing it the legal way, that are here doing it the legal way, because you would rather them
I'm
do
not
it a
upset at people
different
doing
way.
illegal.
That is also the legal way. Do you understand how stupid that is? That is the blatant hypocrisy in the statement that you're making. So you want people that are here sent back home because they're here doing it the legal way, even though they may not be a citizen of this country yet. But you do give people credit that are trying to do it in the country that they first came from before they get to this country, which is also a legal way you could do it. So both things can be true at the same time, but you only have one way that you like to see it done. You want others that are doing it not the way that you want to see it done sent home. sent out of this country, not given due process, not given the rights to fucking get the citizenship that they applied for. That's the point that I'm making. I don't know if I'm speaking too fast. If that's a problem, I
but
apologize.
if they're applying for the citizenship and they're in the system, that's not illegal immigration. I'm talking about illegal immigration where the cartel has drones all along the border and they're letting you know, okay, cross here, don't cross here, and they're running around beheading people all the fucking time.
Dude,
that's the illegal immigration.
You
I'm
do
talking
understand
about.
that
I'm not talking about
the
people in the
majority
system.
of people coming across the border and the majority of drugs coming across the border come through manned ports. You know, the ports with all the drugs, with all the dogs, with all the security, with all the guns, they don't come through the open areas of the border. It is trafficked through the places we've always had the most security in. So it's not the cartel sitting out there with cameras saying, "Hey, walk past bush number fucking 5 with this huge backpack of fentanyl you got on." Most of it is trafficked through the fucking ports.
Either way, I'm still talking about illegal immigration. It shouldn't happen. And I'm not talking about the people who are applying in the system and they're waiting for their citizenship. I'm talking about the illegal immigration itself. And I'm pretty sure ICE isn't walking around to the people who are in the system and, being processed for their citizenship.
They've quite literally arrested people at their asylum meetings. They've arrested people. They've arrested people after coming out of their courthouse, coming out of the courthouse after going through the legal process.
Were they arrested or convicted?
There is
because
no.
those are
Hold
two
on.
different things.
Hold on. Time out. There's no trial in this particular case
For illegal immigrants, right?
There's no trial.
Sorry, go ahead.
There's no trial because that's not part of their due process. If they're arrested, they don't go to trial in that way. They may not even get a chance to see an immigration judge.
Okay, didn't we see a lot of
Do you think that it's
immigration
fair
through the system during the Biden time?
Do you think that it's fair? Do you think that
go
it's
ahead.
fair or correct that if somebody does come here and they use the legal mechanism that you were talking about and they seek asylum and they fill out the paperwork and they follow the rules, that they should just be snatched up by masked men while they're trying to follow the rules and not do anything wrong and just get shipped back to their country with no notice?
I want to be very clear and very, very clear with my word choice here, because those mechanisms are very unfortunate that happened. Those mechanisms that allowed all those people to come into the United States thinking that they
You're
were
not
going to be
answering
okay.
the question, and I don't care about your monologue. I asked you a real simple question. Do you think it's okay that someone who came here through a legal process and is following said legal process should get kidnapped by masked men and sent back to the country that they're trying to escape from for asylum purposes, which means they have a legitimate safety fear to not be in that country? Do you think that that is a good and reasonable thing to do to people?
Yes, because 15, 20 years ago, those mechanisms were not in place. A lot of these mechanisms were put in recently that allowed a lot more people.
Yes, they were.
Okay, but the difference is a lot more people have illegally immigrated and tried to go through
Holy
the system
shit.
within the last
really
5 to
don't
10
know
years.
that.
A lot more.
Asylum law has been in place for decades at this point. It's not 15, 20
Yeah,
years.
but there's been new things, especially during the Biden administration.
There's a
It's been
new
while.
thing? Tell me what the new thing is.
Well, I couldn't tell you exactly, but either way, ICE
okay.
isn't
You
not
know there's a new thing, but you can't tell me what it is.
Well, you can see the statistics, can't you, about how immigration has spiked in the last, 10, 15 years?
Do you see immigration being a net positive or a net negative for this country?
Immigration?
Correct.
Just immigration in general?
Correct.
People coming into the country? I mean, yeah, that's, we want the best scientists and the best workers here in America. We want, it's the land of the opportunity, right? It's the land of the free. So yes,
But it seems to me like you're more than willing to take that opportunity away from people at this point, based on the rhetoric and the belief that they are somehow denigrating society or unwilling to assimilate, or again, it's taking too long, or they're not going through the process in the way that you would like it, even though they are contributing to society, even though they are, full-fledged members, they own businesses and stuff like that.
Their population has been weaponized by both the right and the left. Okay, it's a very unfortunate situation they're in, but because their population has been weaponized once again by the right and left, there's no good guys in this situation. We just need to cut our
What
losses
population are you
like we
referring
did with
to?
Afghanistan and just cut the whole thing short. Well,
Jesus Christ.
I'm
Okay.
referring to what Trump is
What
doing now with
population?
immigration.
What population are
Elite
you referring to?
immigrants, any immigrants coming in, particularly from, probably South America and different places like that.
Okay. How are they being weaponized by the right and the left?
By using them to get particular things done in the White House.
Like?
Are we treading on replacement theory territory here?
Yeah.
Well, you could argue that Trump is doing things, and I mean even Biden allowed a lot of people to come into the United States legally because he changed laws and allowed more people to come in legally. But the Republicans argue that it's not legal for them to come in, even if they came here technically legal. Biden changed laws, and those laws weren't supposed to be changed. Now, if you ask me, well, what are those particular laws? I don't know. I can't tell you the exact particular laws.
You're out debating yourself. I love it.
You haven't heard anything like this before?
I've never heard anybody call themselves out in a debate like, I'm going to put this out there. I have no idea what the fuck it means or what I'm talking about, but I did hear it and I'm putting it out there.
Well, where am I wrong? I mean, where am I wrong?
Even if I told you, you wouldn't know because you don't know. So I could say anything right now and you wouldn't fucking know.
So can I just ask you one question before we go about your opinion on what we should do about illegal immigration? I don't care about, the system's fucked, and the system's been fucked for a long time. There's no point in talking about that. We're talking about illegal immigration, particularly human trafficking. What should we do about that? I mean, should we just declare war on them, or should we just let it happen?
Well, definitely not option A. I can tell you that much.
Oh, we should not declare war.
On who? On human beings?
On the cartels? Are you kidding me?
Wait, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the immigrants themselves. No?
Oh, no.
I think they're doing a good job.
Cartels, I think people just get confused and come from immigration from different standpoints, because it sounds like you're talking about this whole legal side of legal immigration. Okay, I have different opinions about that, but at the end of the day, I'm talking about human trafficking here. It shouldn't be happening, and we should not let that happen in America, like, at all. In any country.
But again, you didn't even mention the people that you're talking about getting sent out had nothing to do with being trafficked here. It was all the time about the way that they got here or the process in which they weren't following. It had nothing to do with them being trafficked. Now all of a sudden, we're not talking about the people themselves. We're talking about the cartels.
What do you think Biden's open border policy was? We heard a lot.
But
of
I'm sorry.
like
but do you think that everybody that comes to this country is being trafficked? Do you think nobody comes here of their own free volition and their own free will?
Nope, I don't think I said that either. Because we were just.
No, I'm asking. That was a question. That wasn't a statement. That was a question being asked, which you were supposed to respond to give me the update on what that answer may be.
Yep, update confirmed. There's your answer. We've been talking about the legal side and illegal. So,
okay. So just to be clear, I guess I just want to put.
You guys want to fight me so bad. I don't understand.
It's
who's fighting?
But there's no one's fighting. No one's fighting anything. You're shadow boxing at this
point. No, I like this guy
so,
who's talking, but the other guy just goes on, and it's just 200 miles a minute for no reason.
Hey, listen, caller. I'm going to tell you right now. You seem to think that there were laws that changed under Biden, but you can't tell us what they were. Spoiler alert, Biden changed no immigration laws. Hate to break it to you. We've said that earlier, and I'll say it again. There were none, so you're just fucking wrong.
So then what was Biden's open policy all about?
There wasn't one. He didn't change any laws. You just don't know what the fuck you're talking about, okay? So that's number one. I just have to tell you because you're literally, you just think that something happened that didn't happen, okay? So just need to put that one to bed. So no, never happened, okay? Glad we could clear that one up. And anyways,
that's why I brought up the ports. That's why I was bringing up the ports, because it's not like that Biden removed the security forces from our ports of entry, which again is where the most trafficking and most drugs come in through the border.
Yeah, and so
are you mentally retarded?
Wait, we went this far without you making fun of the accent. Now all of a sudden you're gonna hop on it.
Now you're gonna do
Come
it.
on.
Also, no slurring. TikTok. As soon as that person said that word, obviously we removed them, and we do really, really, really love the TikTok shop so much. Also, if you haven't already, go to my showcase. And in the TikTok shop, you can find a copy of People's History of the United States by Howard Zinn, formerly professor at BU. Brian, if you didn't know that, former professor at BU. So, there you go.
Like typically that's something you pull out in the first couple minutes of the conversation. Like I didn't expect that 35, 40 minutes into the into the convo.
I think he wanted to pull the ripcord, you know. He wanted to pull the ripcord on that one. All of our friends coming through tonight. It's Erica. Hello, Erica. How are you, friend?
I'm delightful. I'm up early. He did that thing, Brian, because he knew he was wrong. Because he didn't know what the laws were, because there weren't any. And so his out, without feeling like he lost, was to use a slur, and then he knew he'd get booted. So it's the emergency exit. Yeah.
Makes sense. Nice to meet you, by the way.
You too.
Thank you, real quick. Thank you to Crystal for the green app. Says that comment was in regards to popcorn. I assume you mean the user. I'm sorry, that must have been a little while ago. Sorry, I don't know exactly what that was in regards to, but thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. Also want to say thank you on the tube. We have a couple of super chats. Thank you for the Canadian $6.99. It says SAVE punch. Not sure what that means, but thank you, Huey. Melvin said, I cried hearing Caleb, then to my dad, ex-Air Force, every day regret his service for not only how the country is right now, but he served his country and get called the N-word from people he fought for. Melvin, I'm sorry. That's really fucked up. And Caleb also made me emotional, friend. I know it definitely got to me. And Caleb, if you're still listening, still thinking about you, friend. And to George, thank you for the $5 super chat. He said, don't you understand? Everything he doesn't agree with is fake. Yes, exactly. So we appreciate you guys with the support. We're going to see if we've got some more Trump supporters here who would like to talk to us, if any, at all. Let's see.
Well, what's crazy is you don't have to be a friggin' political scholar to know what's right and wrong in the situation. Like, you don't have to come up here and be able to recite all of the entire Constitution, all of the amendments, the Bill of Rights. You don't have to be able to do that to recognize right and wrong. You don't have to know the entire ins and out of the immigration process. You don't need to know all that. So it's okay to speak on the stuff and to say, listen, educate me on this. Like, I have my opinions, but maybe we could change them. I don't know.
Thank you for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I didn't vote for Trump. I actually didn't vote in the last election. But I was a Trump supporter.
You're a Trump supporter? How old are you and what state did you vote in?
I'm 39 and I'm from Indiana.
39 for Indiana. Okay. Would you like to discuss one of the subjects that I have above or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now?
Man, that last dude was a trip. I think I couldn't understand if he thought that when you get an asylum, you put him in a FEMA camp, or if he was creating some new law where you just stick them in the FEMA camp. I wasn't quite sure what he wanted. You know what I mean? But there's a problem with immigration, obviously. You guys are comparing, centuries ago, and when these people came over, they assimilated.
Oh, really? In what way?
Yeah, really.
In what way?
You don't think that immigrants in the past assimilated to?
I'm asking.
Why
do you think
we have
Chinatowns?
Christian country, correct?
Why do you think we have Italian neighborhoods? Why do you think we have a mainly Irish population? Rapidly getting smaller and smaller. But why do you think all of these communities stayed together when they got here? Like, is that assimilating to you that we still have an entire neighborhood that has Chinese-owned businesses, in Chinese. We still have all of these other people that have mainly, Italian neighborhoods. Like, do you think that was a thing for a reason? People stuck together for a reason? Is that assimilation
They're
to you?
smart. They're smart. Don't people usually stick together with their people? I mean, isn't that a normal thing?
I know,
Isn't
but
that
that's
what the
not
Jewish people
assimilating to
do?
you, right?
Isn't that what?
Well, what about the
No, it's
Amish?
assimilating. I mean,
What
everyone's
about the
allowed to
Amish?
practice
They
their own
didn't.
religions, and
What? But
also,
they didn't
have
assimilate. That's
their
not
own races.
assimilation.
That's part of America, right? But
Hold on, time out. I've got a question that I think we can clear all this up, caller. Why don't you explain, since you keep talking about assimilation, and my friends here brought up some excellent points, but let's just really figure this out. What is American culture? Tell me some things that are American culture. What should people be assimilating into? Tell me.
well, the thing is you're comparing something to where all those different races and different people that you're saying came to this country, and you're saying they don't stick together. They're smart to stick together.
No. I'm not. Forget that. Forget that part. I'm asking you. Forget that. I'm saying, if people come to America, what is the culture that they are assimilating into? Okay. If you were going to
American culture.
Great. I want you to describe American culture. For example, if I was going to say that I was going to move to Japan and I was going to assimilate into Japanese culture, I'm sure that you could name a number of different things off the top of your head. You say, well, you should probably try to get into anime. You should probably make sure that you're very much into eating sushi or tempura for food. Obviously, they're very big on seafood. That you want to be into sumo wrestling, etc. Maybe whatever it may be. You would say those are very Japanese things in Japanese culture, right? So I want you to tell me. What's that?
You should also bow whenever you meet
Right.
Exactly.
Exactly. Bow when you meet
You should
someone.
be quiet whilst walking around and not make tons of noise, because that's Japanese culture.
Be clean. You
Well,
very
when
public.
you go to, if
Okay,
I went
so
to if I went to a different country,
great. You would
I would
assimilate.
have
Great.
to
So now
respect
what
their values
okay,
and
great,
their laws
fantastic.
and
So what I
everything
want
like,
you to
like
do,
that,
so what I
correct?
want you to do is the things that we just named. I want you to tell me what are some of the things in America that are American culture, like sushi, sumo wrestling, like things like that. Tell me the American versions of that. Go.
Well, according to what you guys would say, is America is a melting pot, right, of all different cultures, and that's what makes this country great.
So
okay?
you're
But
telling
the
me that
fact is
there's
you
not
can't
actually
have-
hold on, caller. So what you're saying is that you acknowledge the fact that there's not
Absolutely.
actually great. So what are they assimilating to?
our laws aren't you, for one, they're coming in illegally. That's breaking the law.
No, it's
okay? Crossing the border. Yes, it is.
Really? What's the penalty for 8 USC 1325?
There's a
I do
difference
not know.
between civil and criminal.
If you come across the border illegally, if I go to another country and try to go to Poland and I try to go across the border, I'm gonna get my ass shot. Every country's got borders.
That's
I mean,
false.
it makes no sense.
No. I want to tell you that is false. There is one Polish border right now that you cannot cross, and that is the border between Poland and Belarus.
Do they have
You
they have
can't cross-
Muslims,
I'm
predominant
still-
Muslims in Poland? Do they have any?
Stop.
No.
Stop. I'm still talking. It's nothing to do with
Look
Muslims.
at the
Why
UK
the
and
Belarusian...
look at Poland.
It is
okay.
nothing. I'm in the fucking UK, you weirdo. Can you hear my voice?
Exactly. And your country looks a lot different than
I'm
what
still
Poland
no.
does.
You don't know a thing. There is one border in Poland that is closed. It is the border between Poland and Belarus, and that's specifically because Russia has invaded Ukraine. Belarus is a country that is allied with Russia. And they do not want Russians coming across because they are worried that they are going to be the next country invaded. And they do not want the Russians to kind of set up cells within Poland so that it makes it easier for them to be invaded. Poland has one border closed. It is nothing to do with Muslims. You don't know what you're talking about. You have fallen for either mis
I
or
just named a
disinformation.
country, ma'am. You go to China and try to get in there illegally. Try to take drugs
But
in
again,
China.
that has what is the relevance of that statement when
You're
we're talking
dying.
about the United
I'm just
States
saying
that has a
every country has
constitution?
rules, right? What's wrong with the United States having rules? If it's, wouldn't you want to know who's coming into you? When you go to bed at night, do you lock your door? What's wrong
No.
with locking up?
Hey,
bullshit.
hey, caller, have you ever been to Europe?
I know what you're going to do.
Have you
Matthew.
ever been to Europe, caller? Hello? Hello?
No.
No? Well, that's weird. I've been to Europe a bunch of times. So is my, I know my friend Nemo has. Obviously, my friend Erica has. Looks like my friend Brian has too. What's funny about when you go to Europe is that, you can be in Spain. You can rent a car. And do you know what you can do? You could drive across the border into France. And do you know at which point they check your passport when you enter France?
I didn't say every country. I said every country has their border
and then
laws.
when you move to Italy, do you
Isn't
know
that what
at
I
which
said?
point?
I
And
said every country has different border laws.
right,
That's what
every
I said.
country has different
I said
border
if I went
laws.
to
So
Poland,
why are
I just mentioned
so
Poland.
why are you bringing up different countries? We're talking about the United States of America.
Well, that was my point. What's wrong with America having laws and a border?
There's nothing wrong with America having laws and a border. No one is saying, Bud. No one is saying
they should be put in a camp and wait for their asylum, and they should be thankful that they have a home and a
So
safe
you agree
shelter
with
if they're really
concentration
seeking
camps?
asylum.
So you agree with concentration camps?
No.
That's literally
No,
what
I'm
you just said.
saying,
You
like,
said they should be put in a
I
camp.
was piggybacking off
You
that
literally
guy,
just said
the
that they
lab
should be put in
guy.
concentration
I wasn't
camps.
sure if he was trying to do that or not.
So you think they should be put in concentration camps, huh?
No, what kind of are we talking more like Japanese
Until we can at
internment
least
camps
sort
during
out
World
who
War
they
II?
are
Or
and where they're going, yeah, I think you should, yeah.
I mean, you understand that's ridiculous, right? Why would we house people in cages?
I just want to point out. Be shushies, okay. In the country
We're
that
not going
I
to
live
where
in,
Obama, Mr. Reporter in Chief, that put kids in cages.
I understand that you're not a big fan of letting women finish. You've probably never managed it in the entirety of your existence on this earth. But I am going to
Absolutely
finish
not.
whether you help me or not. Okay. So here's the deal. The country I live in, while you are seeking asylum, you are not allowed to work. What that means is that my government is fully burdened with the cost of keeping people.
Your government tries to arrest people over freedom of speech. I don't want to hear anything.
Sure.
We're talking
No,
about the
it
United
doesn't.
States.
It
What are you
doesn't.
even talking
Hang on a
for?
minute.
You're a
Hang on a
woman. You
minute.
belong in the kitchen.
Right. Okay. Stop.
This is men's conversation.
But,
I don't know where you came from anyway.
All right. Hold on. I put it on hold for a second. I'm going to give him a little time out.
Yeah.
We're going to give him one more chance, and we'll drop him.
I was here before you were on the panel, just to point out.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to bring him back up now. Okay, I need you to chill out, dude. I put you on hold for a second.
No, I'm just saying. I don't know why she's even talking. It's irrelevant to what she even has to
Hey,
say.
fuck you, you fucking punk. Pussy.
I'm not a punk.
You are a fucking punk. You are a fucking punk. And if you weren't sitting behind a fucking camera right now and your little fucking keyboard, you'd be fucking talking a lot fucking differently right now. Because it sounds a lot different when you're talking through a fucking straw, you little shit. Watch your fucking mouth and respect the women on the panel before I fucking hunt you down.
But I had a bunch of.
Well, hang on a minute. You were talking. Did he just hang up, or did you?
No, he hung up.
Sorry.
I just.
Not sorry.
No, don't worry about it. I just want to point out, like, if you don't let people who are seeking asylum work, then your government is saddled with the entire burden of looking after those people during their asylum claim. And if that asylum claim is taking, years for them to process, 5 years, 10 years, then you are paying for those people's housing, their food, their medical care for that entire time, for the whole time.
Guest violation warning? Oh, Brian.
Damn.
Brian, bud, I'm sorry. You got a violation, Chief. I don't know what happened there. If you're still in here, I don't know what happened. That was weird. It might have been. I guess it. Oh, yeah, that was probably what you actually. Now that I think about it, it's probably what you just said. They might have clipped you for that. But by the way, I just want to point out to everybody. See, it's not just me. Just saying. It's our people here. This is just how we are. So it's not just me. Just want to point that out to everyone. It's not just, I know. I was also enjoying Brian. Sorry, bud. Man.
But I want to point out the irony of that guest saying it's okay for countries all to have different laws about immigration, but it's not okay for your country to have different laws to mine around speech. That's not okay.
Of course not, Eric. How dare you? All right, guys. Let's keep things rolling here. Keep helping out with the live goal. Help gift our friends over here. Let's pump these numbers up if we can. That would be great. Yeah. I mean, sorry guys. Poor Brian. He got clipped by the TikTok gods. Thank you to Ray for the $1 on the Blue app. It said guests did not understand there's more than one way to come into the country legally. Visa, passport, marriage, asylum. Just like there's more than one way to get a driver's license. One through private, one through public, high school, driver's ed, range and road. Good point. I don't think he understood that. Brian says suspended until March 2027. Yeah, I bet you are, bud. Thank you to It's Eric for the gift of the jewels and also for the $2 super chat. Said shout out to you guys for standing strong. Thank you, Eric. Thank you. Let's open up those phone lines again. Let's see if we can get someone else to talk to.
Thank you, Chaotic Crystal, for the Blue app. Appreciate that.
Let's see here. Reopen those phone lines. Also, after me saying like, do you want concentration camps? Straight up with your whole chest being like, yes, that's wild. Shit's wild. Hey, thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I spoke to you earlier. That woman, again, that spoke after I hung up the phone, she said the government that will have to put on the burden for a camp like that. We're already paying that with ICE. We're also paying it to protect the border, all this other stuff. That we already spend all that money, anyways. So yeah, put them in a camp. I'm not saying put them in a freaking cage. I'm saying put them in a nice camp. You know, we were paying for 5-star hotels there for them for how many years in New York City for them to live in hotels?
Nemo, do you hear that? 5-star hotels now we were paying for.
5-star, yeah. 5-star, maybe, I don't know, back in the 70s, before it was condemned. Yeah.
There's several high-end hotels that immigrants were staying at.
Yeah. Name them.
That they weren't paying.
Name them.
Hyatt, Hampton Inns, several Hilton hotels. I mean, it's a thing they've done documentaries on it. I mean, I don't understand what. It's
You're naming hotel chains. You're
I've done
naming hotel
documentaries
chains,
about how
not
much food's
hotels.
wasted that they have to deliver to hotels in New York City
Name
because
the
it's for
hotels.
all their immigrants and they waste the food. They've done documentaries on HBO about it. They've done, I mean, it's a known fact. I don't know
Yeah,
what you guys
name a
don't know.
documentary.
Yeah. Which one?
I have to look it up, but I've seen it on HBO.
Birth of a Nation, maybe.
Oops.
Again, I don't know the title. You got me there.
Yeah,
But
it wasn't
you act
Birth
like
of a Nation,
Obama. You
but
act like
that was me.
Obama
That was
didn't.
me just
Hold
insinuating
on.
that you were a white supremacist. It's okay.
Was Biden a part of Obama's cabinet? Correct. He was his vice president.
Yeah,
For how many
Biden
years?
was a part of Obama's cabinet. Yeah, he was.
Nemo, I
And
don't know about you, but
how many people
I
did
can smell the
Obama
fumes from here.
Bro.
deport? Way more than Trump's deported.
Obama
Correct.
deported 5 million.
Obama put kids in cages.
Damn,
Correct.
Obama put
Did
kids
we
in
put
cages.
kids in cages?
Yeah, we did.
Do you think this
Well,
is a
no, you're
Jack
sitting here
Daniels
saying that
situation or a Johnny Walker
something's gone back
situation?
for a long
Which
time,
one?
and he's deported way more than Trump's deported this year. I mean, I don't agree with Trump either.
Yeah, you don't agree with Trump? You vote for him?
I said I did in the past. I
Didn't
didn't
in the
vote last
past.
election.
Okay. You think that we're deporting fewer people?
Yeah, we are. From what
Oh, okay.
Obama's numbers were? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Cool. So, why'd you vote for the less effective one?
Like I said, I didn't vote in the last election. But
You didn't vote in 2024?
I said I was a Trump supporter is what I said.
He did say
But
that.
it doesn't mean I agree with everything Trump
Oh,
says.
okay.
Yeah. But you
Why
did.
didn't you vote, bud?
Yeah, why didn't you vote?
I'm just done with the whole voting process, to be honest.
Why?
The whole system, I mean, it's just, it's two wings of the same bird.
Oh, okay. Nice.
You know, it's, you want to talk about people sticking together, Israel sticks together. They, you know.
Yeah? Okay.
They have several, you know, they own 80-some% of the parliament in Canada, and then they,
Yeah?
Lord knows how much they own of our vote. So
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy whenever Benjamin Netanyahu he came to
White House
the
7
White
fucking
House.
times.
Hold on,
Yeah.
still talking.
Yeah.
Hold
Sorry, I
on,
apologize. I don't
hold
agree
on.
with any of
So,
that.
so
He's
Benjamin
committing
Netanyahu
genocide.
he came to the White House when Biden was president, and Biden was he was heaping praise on him. He actually said that, you know, hey, we should nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize, and I mean, damn, it was fucking crazy.
Yeah, he's a war criminal. Yeah, that's the Nobel Peace Prize. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, except that that was Donald Trump.
No, I agree. Like I said, I don't agree with anything that Trump does. You know, like I'm not saying I'm a Trump supporter. Like I am a Trump. I am a Trump supporter. I didn't vote for him this election. Like I said, I'm done with the voting, the whole thing. I'm just telling you, as
What
a
state
Trump
are you in?
supporter, I like some of the stuff he does. He's what's better, the lesser of two
Remind me
evils.
what state
Senator
you're in.
Kamala, Indiana.
Oh.
That bird that they're both wings of, is it a bald eagle by chance?
What'd you say?
Don't worry. What during this conversation, what word is it that triggers you to take a shot? Which word is it specifically?
Take a shot at you?
No, you couldn't,
I
buddy.
can't understand what you're saying, man.
I don't think you
yeah.
can understand what
Okay.
anyone's
All right.
saying right now.
Thank you for
No, I
calling in,
can't
friend.
understand with your accent.
Yeah, we know. Thank you for calling in, friend. We're gonna move on to someone else. We appreciate you. Have a good night. No. Thank you for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Hello?
Yes. Hi. Thank you for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Okay. How old are you and what state did you vote in?
I'm sorry, say that again. I got two speakers going on.
How old are you and what state did you vote in?
I voted in California and I'm 62.
Okay. Would you like to discuss one of the subjects that we have up on the screen or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now?
Oh, you guys were talking earlier about the immigration, legal immigration and illegal immigration.
Uh-huh. What would you like to say?
Well, you guys are you really don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. What's the name of the head of Border Patrol right now?
Holman?
Oh.
Homeland Security is that Holman guy.
Say Homeland Security or did you say Border Patrol?
I don't know the current name of the head of the Border Patrol.
That is Holman. Who's the head of Department of Homeland Security?
Why is that relevant?
You say that we don't know what we're talking about. I want to assess how much you know that you're talking about. So who's the head of the Department of Homeland Security?
Okay. It's going to be one of those females. But that doesn't really matter. I'm talking about your guys' policies on illegal
one of them
immigration.
bitches. I don't know which one. It's just one of them bitches.
Nemo, it's one of the 51% of the population of the world that are females. It's one of them.
It's one of them females. Their faces don't move.
Right. Plastic faces. Shit. I'd have to look at their names. I don't know their names offhand.
Okay. All right. So what is it that we don't know about immigration?
Well, you guys are talking about the coming across the border legally versus illegally. This is or seeking asylum.
Yep.
Okay, so when they come across the border and they want to seek asylum, they come through the ports of entry.
They don't have to.
They're supposed to. That's the law. You can't just come across the border.
What's the name of the law that governs asylum?
There's a
Hello? What's the
statute and there's
name
a
of the
number, and I
law?
don't know it by heart.
What's the name of the law that governs asylum? And second part of my question, what is the first sentence of that law?
I don't know that by heart.
Okay.
So
because It's
So
US code
let
8. It's US code 81158, and within the first sentence of that law, it says whether or not they enter through a legal port of entry.
okay. So what does it say? Are they supposed to come through a legal port of entry, or they can just come across and jump the wall?
No, they can come across the border by any means. They can also be interdicted in US waters and claim asylum. I'm sure Matt is pulling the law up as we speak.
Oh, I mean, if you want, I can. It's sometimes
Yeah,
they don't have
no,
their
I'm
screen on.
pulling it up.
So, but I'm sorry, I've got it right here.
Okay. So do you
Here.
guys know?
I have it now.
So do you guys know that most of the people coming across the border that are claiming asylum, they're not valid. It's fake. They're saying that so they can
I'm sorry. I'm
find their foot
sorry.
through.
Can we just tell you what the law is before you pivot to a different point?
Here, I will put it up.
Sure, go ahead.
Even if you can't see it currently, you can always go back and look at it in the stream. It is this bit right here. Any alien who is physically present in the United States or who arrives in the United States, and then in parentheses, whether or not at a designated port of arrival, and including an alien who is brought to the United States after having been interdicted in international or United States waters, irrespective of such alien status, may apply for asylum in accordance with this section or, where applicable, Section 1225P of this title.
Okay, may apply. Where are they going to may apply to?
What do you mean?
Well, you just read right there online said they can come across anywhere they want and they may apply. Where are they going to apply?
Any federal building.
Yeah.
And if they're coming across the border in the middle of the desert, how are they going to find this federal building? They're just going to walk up to any town in any city.
The cool thing is they have 365 days to apply for asylum after entering the US. So they don't have to do it immediately. Why are you laughing? That's the law. That's the law.
Lady.
Hang on. Let me just recount to everybody what's occurred thus far talking to this guest. He came up and said, "You guys don't know anything about this." And then he doesn't know the law. He doesn't know the law. He doesn't know the law. He doesn't know that you can come across anywhere. He doesn't know that you have 365 days to claim asylum. He doesn't know that you can claim asylum at any federal building. So it sounds to me like you're the one who doesn't know anything about this.
So you guys are reading what's on paper, what is written on paper, supposedly that's the law. So have you been to the border?
Supposedly?
Well,
No,
it's
no,
okay.
Nemo,
It's
supposedly.
written. So it's written. You guys saw the document. You guys read the document, and then they apply. If they come across the border, how many people do you think are really going to apply that are coming across the border? They're not just coming. Very few are actually coming from Mexico. They're coming from south of the border. They're coming from China. They're coming from Iran. They're coming from all over the world through that entry where Biden was not enforcing the laws. If you guys had been to the border,
What's your? I would love to know. What is the percentage of non-Central and South Americans that came through the southern border under the Biden administration? What's the percentage of non-Central and South Americans?
The last that I saw, and this is under Biden's administration, I believe it was like 10 to 15%. They're coming from other places, not from Mexico. They're coming from further south, Guatemala. They're coming from Venezuela. They're coming from everywhere.
Hold on.
Not from Mexico.
You didn't say not from Mexico. You said from China and from Iran. Central and South America makes sense. You said not there. You said specifically other places. They're coming to Mexico and then coming through the southern border. That's the claim you made. That's why I specifically asked you, where are they coming from? The percentage of non-Central and South American.
I thought I just answered that. They're coming from
No,
other
you
places
didn't. You didn't answer
in the
that
world.
question. Okay. So out of 100% that came through under the Biden administration, you're making a claim that there was some large percentage that wasn't from Central or South America, that they came from China or from Iran or from some other countries, apparently. I would like to know, what's the percentage?
Last I heard, in the giving months, it was 10 to 15% in certain months were the ones that were actually coming through, and a lot of them were like child
Okay, got it.
molesters,
Okay, great.
criminals.
So I'd love to know. So can you please point us? I've got a browser window up here. Can you please point us to the source that shows where we can see the number of undocumented crossings that would give us those numbers? And by the way, not only just undocumented crossings, but also the country of origin for all of those people who are undocumented. So can you point me to the source for that information, please?
I'm not really understanding your question, but
Oh, I'm sorry. Is it confusing when you ask for information that's undocumented?
well, they're not documented, they're not recorded.
Oh,
but,
so if they're not recorded, how would you possibly know any of the information that you just told to me?
oh, I don't know, when they arrest these guys that they're coming from, say, I think it was Iran, and they're actually on the FBI most wanted list. They're known terrorists. They got ties to Al Qaeda. They got ties
That none
to
of what.
Hamas.
Hey, but I'm so sorry. I really hate to cut you off here. You're really not answering my question. So everything that you've just said, you have zero source for, and it makes no sense in context of the numbers that we know or the estimates that we have for people coming over. It's undocumented.
I'm going by news reported news.
What I want to
from
know,
different
and
sources.
great, that's fantastic. What news reporting are we talking about? Send us to a news report that could back up your numbers, please.
I got my browser up right now. I'm watching you guys. I'm not going to go back and forth.
You don't need to be watching us. You're on the phone with us. Why don't you pull up? By the way, I'm pretty sure here in the year of our Lord 2026, you can open 2 tabs.
Can I just point out, just as a point of order, there would not be Iranians that are tied to Al Qaeda, because Al Qaeda is a Sunni Muslim group, and the vast majority of Iranians are Shia Muslims. They are fundamentally opposed to one another. If you were going to say Hezbollah, maybe you might be right, but Al Qaeda, no.
My point was they're criminals coming across the border from other countries.
So you just lied then in order to
I
try
lied
and
about
make
what?
some kind of point? You lied about
No,
Iranians being tied to Al Qaeda.
Okay, so Iran, they're tied to probably Hamas. They're Muslim radical groups. They're criminals. Then my point was, they're criminals. I mean, if you guys want to get into semantics and dead hard facts on every single dot and every single T cross, that's just not going to happen.
I mean, I don't think we're at semantics yet, but I think we're just at all of your basic facts are wrong. We haven't even gotten to semantics. You just haven't given us any correct facts. And I hear your groan of frustration that we're calling you out on the fact that you haven't provided any sources for us on what you're saying.
Well, the sources are going to be the news outlets, the news sources.
Great. And we've asked you now, so open up that second browser window and give us the sources.
Well, you're going to go to Fox, you're going to go to CNN.
No. You're not going to just tell us to go to Fox or go to CNN. You look up the article and then tell us the name of the article, and we can pull it up for you.
Oh, I don't even know how to do that.
You don't know how to use Google.
I'm on Google right now. I'm trying to figure out what to type into Google.
So you want us to guess at what we should try to search for when you don't even know?
No, I'm trying to figure out exactly how to word it to get the information that you guys want specifically. So what percentage of, how did you word it, people coming across the border that were not from Central America?
Yep, not from Central or South America.
I'm not a fast typer, so. But
Color me surprised.
color you surprised, sure, why not? I'm coloring you surprised right now.
Oh, dearie me.
But my point was, I'm looking it up right now. If you guys had been to the border, saw the amount of people coming across the border, that you knew were not Mexicans, they're definitely Oriental or African. Or
I'm sorry, what? Hold on. Oh, what? Yeah. Definitely not. What now?
What did I say? I don't know what I said.
Sir.
Damn.
So,
all right.
So have you
no,
guys,
no. We do not use the term Oriental, sir.
What do you use?
Asian is just fine.
So is the word Oriental offensive to somebody?
Yes.
To who?
Well, I wonder, could it perhaps be the group themselves?
I don't know. I got a couple friends that are Oriental and they don't care.
I don't care what your quote-unquote friends care about anecdotally. We're telling you, do not use that term again.
Very well. I apologize. I was not aware that was offensive.
Okay.
I thought it was 1926 instead of 2026 for a moment there.
Or what?
Anyway, you said I'm looking at it right now. You said I'm looking at it right now, presumably on your browser screen. What are you looking at that we can go look
I'm
up
looking at it.
to prove
I'm
your
looking
point?
at a Google report. I'm looking at a Google report based on recent estimates. Roughly 72 to 80% of unauthorized immigrants in the USA are not from Central America, while Central America make up a significant, approximately 20 to 28% of the majority of the estimated 11 to 14 million unauthorized population originated from Mexico, Asia, South America, and other regions. This is Google.
So that wasn't what we asked. So
well, that's why I was
what
having difficulty.
What you read. Okay, all right. So I'm going to explain. What you read was that of the population of unauthorized immigrants in this country, the entire population that are just here, right? About 20% are not from Central and South America. That's not what you were asked. Okay. So specifically, it's those that cross the border.
Right. So that's what I did not put in. I did not change it. That illegal immigrants cross the border. Under Biden administration. Under the Biden administration, 2021 to 2025 border encountered significant shifted from primarily Mexican Central America domestic to more diverse global mix.
You know, sometimes I ask myself, how is it that the American people could be so easily fooled by Donald Trump coming back just a few years after that dumbass left office, saying that he was going to use some tool to fix everything on day one? And the more that I talk to these vacant stare, mouth breathing, syphilitic, lead poisoned, microplastic infested troglodytes, I start to realize the lies don't have to be clever.
Can I point out to everybody that Boston Brian is back in the comments on a backup account, but requires people to follow him. If you can find him, he has a purple icon with the letter B on it. Please do follow him. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Do some follows. I know he said he was trying to get in the request, but he's not popping up there. So, although we are probably going to wrap, I do have to say we're probably going to wrap up fairly soon. That's weird, man. I don't. I have.
It could be that if he just created the account, TikTok is weird about that. I've seen situations where if the account is fresh, then there's like a probationary period. Like I think it's like 24 hours where it can't go live. I don't know. That it could be that. I don't know.
Because I'm looking at the request right now. I only have 2 people up, and neither of them are him. So, that might be what it is, my friend. But honestly, we were probably going to wrap up soon. I was going to see if maybe we can get one more. But either way, Brian, you're certainly welcome anytime, friend. And that offer for a Sox game, that still stands, even if we can't get you back up tonight. All right, let me reopen this. We'll see if we can get one more here. Guys, if you want to support us, we have links in our bios. We appreciate your support. Thank you so much for being here with us tonight. Let's pump up these numbers before we wrap up, and if you can help out with the live goal, we really appreciate that. Let's really make sure that our friends know that they're well taken care of, that they're appreciated. That's great. I do have bad news for you all. It's going to make you very sad, but I will not be on with our friend Erica tomorrow. I will be running, probably solo. I don't know, unless Nemo's awake in the afternoon early on. You never know. But probably running solo because our friend Erica has a show that she's doing, so not going to be there.
Well, I'm not doing one. I'm
Well, you're
just going to
going.
see one
Going to see
tomorrow.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
heartbroken. I know you're all devastated because you're like, fuck Matt without Erica.
Grant said hooray. That's rude. Yeah, I'm taking my mum to see some comedy. So I'm sorry, my mum is a very important lady, so and she wants to go, so we're going. And it's my friend who's performing, so yeah.
Well, anyways, so that's where we're at.
So we had oh wait, hold on. Vintage Frizzle, thank you for the blue app. You said this boy's parents took him on a vacation to the Hampton Inn and told him it was a 5-star, and he's believed it ever since. I really do think that's probably it. That's probably why he thinks that.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
And somebody in the chat asked what troglodyte means. So I had always known the primary definition of troglodyte, which is basically like a caveman, right? It turns out there's a second definition, which is also applicable to Trump supporters. This is the second definition on Merriam-Webster. A person characterized by reclusive habits or outmoded or reactionary attitudes. That describes Trump supporters to a T. So, yeah.
That shit is perfect. It's got the double meaning. That's amazing.
Yep.
Beautiful. Well, let's see. I'm pretty sure both those people those are friendlies. So clear out the box there. Let's see.
Weren't troglodytes from like France? I seem to remember somewhere like that.
Maybe. Let's see. This
Troglodytes?
Trump's one.
Yeah.
You mean oh wait, no. Are you talking about fuck, what's the word?
Zip
Mungin?
tie. Are you a Trump supporter?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm feeding my goats and something must have, maybe one of them bumped my phone. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. No worries. You're all good. My goat. Is this a Trump supporter? Ryder, hi. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Okay. How old are you and what state did you vote in?
South Carolina, 29.
Okay. Would you like to discuss one of the subjects that we have on screen up here or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now?
Well, we can do either, but I just want to say, like, yeah, I don't think that 10 to 15% is quite the number the last guest was talking about. That seems to be a bit high. I believe from my research as I was looking it up while he was talking, it's more tailored towards 5%. And you want that number to be as low as possible. But I do understand the caveat in that, given the handful of people that it took to do 911, which cost thousands of lives, then that number can amount
To do what?
to thousands of
To
people.
do, I'm sorry. To do what?
He's talking about 9/11.
Are you talking about 9/11?
Yeah,
you realize,
TikTok is funny. I don't.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, but I just want to point out to you that all of the folks who were here on 9/11 were here in the United States legally, so that argument holds no water.
Of course, yeah, I'm well aware of that. And they were
Okay,
from
cool.
Syria.
Yeah,
Yeah, weren't from. Yeah.
They weren't from
And
Syria.
They
They weren't from Syria.
Saudi Arabia.
Saudi
Excuse me.
Arabia.
Saudi
No,
Arabia.
some of them were from Saudi Arabia. One of them is from Egypt. They were from various countries.
Yeah, but beyond that, right? Beyond that, what we saw in Michigan as well, the Chinese national that tried to smuggle that dangerous biological pathogen. I mean, the devastation that would have stemmed just by one person, even if it's a single person. I understand the severity of it. So while that number is low, I think 30,000 Chinese national as far as 2023, 2024 came across the southern border. So it can be a very dangerous thing, even though that number is very low. So I do get both points that you guys were making, but as far as your background, yeah, I'm not really wanting to attack Iran. Of course, I understand the global risk they pose heading towards nuclear development. Of course, they say they aren't going to do it, but I mean, this is Iran. They're not particularly, they're not particularly trustworthy. So, but I don't know if battle is the way to do that.
as far as Iran is concerned, like, we have consistently meddled in Iran, and by we I mean the United States and the West broadly. We've consistently meddled in their shit for generations. So yeah, they don't really like us, and I think that's fair. I think it's fair for them to not really like us, right? Now, as far as them developing nuclear weapons, no, no,
come on.
Like, so the Iran nuclear deal.
Nemo, you got a flag.
God damn it!
What the fuck?
Oh my God!
Come, Nemo. He'll be right back.
Can you guys stop being snowflakes, man? What the?
Yeah, Nemo, he'll come right. It's probably the.
What does that mean? Does that mean somebody in the comments
it's
report
not.
you when that
No,
happens?
that's not necessarily. It's the. There's the AI. Also, Brian, I see you in the requests, but if I bring your main back up, it'll clip the live again because of what you got removed for. So I really can't bring you back up on the main. But I see you, but I can't bring you back up. Luckily with this one with Nemo's, since it automatically removed you, I've learned if it automatically removes you, then you're like there. But since with like, for example, with that one, it asked me before it did, so there was that. So anyways, I'll let Nemo continue. And actually, Nemo, I need 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, friend.
Okay. So I mean, as far as Iran is concerned with nuclear weapons, number one, the only reason that they would have any motivation for nukes, I suppose you could give two reasons. The not as important reason is essentially sovereignty, because unfortunately the United States has demonstrated that it is totally fine with fucking up other countries unless they have nukes. The second that they don't have nukes, we'll fuck them up. If they do have nukes, now we got to treat them like an actual country with, rights and stuff. So that's one. And in this case, I'm talking about Libya. Now, the more important reason is Israel. Israel has nukes. And they want parity with that. I can't really blame them, seeing as Israel is Israel, right? But in any case,
yeah.
Do we have evidence that they're pursuing nuclear weapons? No, not really.
So, my take on it, and you're most definitely right as far as U.S. intervention historically. As far as us having a right to do so, I would argue yes. I mean, when you're chanting unalivement to America, and when you're saying that Israel is first, America is second, then I would hope that our government would, prevent you from developing that. Now, juxtaposed with, say, China that owns nuclear weapon and have proliferated in recent years, they're not particularly threatening us with nuclear unalivement. So there is that difference. I mean, and a lot of that is dictated by religious ideology, which is a very dangerous thing.
Hardly. No.
In both regards, in Christian extremism and Muslim extremism, and it just so happened to be that as of current, Muslim extremism seems to be what's permeating not only the world really, but I'm only concerned about protecting Americans, and I think the president have a duty. And you're right, the Obama nuclear deal. The problem with that, not only was it a temporary fix, which I would argue is better than nothing, right? To be fair, not sure if Trump should have gotten rid of it prematurely without first having a replacement, but I'm not sure as well that the Obama deal should have undone those frozen funds and sanctions that were previously on Iran as a condition of the deal itself. I would argue that not only enabled Hamas and what they did in as far as the attack on Israel, but it funded a lot of their proxies in Yemen, in Africa. So the deal was flawed. So I understand that part of it too. And as far as I'm concerned, currently, we just cannot allow them to have nuclear weapons, and we cannot trust them because we have given them the opportunity to have civilian what they call it when you
Nuclear power.
I forgot the word. It's not coming to me right now. For civilian use,
Nuclear power.
nuclear power for civilian use. I am completely on board with that. But they have proven time and time again that not only were they not being honest with the inspectors, not only were stuff hidden and from the inspectors that were not made known. And again, this is a tyrannical government, so you cannot necessarily take they have a state TV as well, so you cannot take their word as gospel. So
I mean,
having
you say they have
aggregate
state
all
TV.
these things.
Like I mean, it just sounds like you're shitting on Iran. Like, don't get me wrong, Iran has a lot of problems. But if state TV and a tyrannical government is somehow licensed to interfere with the country, Russia has state TV and it's tyrannical.
No, that was just licensed to not trust them when they say they will not develop a nuclear weapon, not to necessarily go to war with them. Of course not, because then we would have to go to war with North Korea, Russia. I
Yeah.
mean, every single, you know what I mean? So it's just
Yeah.
words. The only difference is, of course, no, it just so happens to be the case that those countries already possess nuclear weapon, and had we had the opportunity to stop that, we would have done exactly what we're doing to Iran now to them as well. Because I think the less tyrannical government that possess nuclear weapon in the world, the better off we all are.
Okay, but as far as Iran is concerned, like you said, that it was proven time and again that they were hiding things from the IAEA. I'm not aware of that at all.
Yeah. Yeah, and
The
the
IAEA said that they were perfectly within whatever the fuck it was. I guidelines, I guess, or limits. I don't know. I can't think of the word that they used, but that it was fine whenever the deal was still in place. Now, of course, whenever Trump backed out of the deal, that kind of fucked things up. So so Europe attempted to salvage that deal, but Iran obviously said, nah. And I mean, I can't really blame them, right? But again, I don't really understand this as far as trying to prevent them from obtaining nuclear weapons. I mean, if you just want to put in another deal, which I mean, shit, it sounds like Trump on some level has literally floated that, which is to allow inspectors to come in unannounced to their nuclear facilities. That's what the old deal was.
Yeah, the only problem with that, Iran has historically had a very, not only a contentious relationship with the IAEA, and not only had they been accused of not being completely transparent as far as, like I said earlier, hiding things or not being exactly transparent about the percentage of uranium enrichment and things of that nature. Again, it's not that we just simply don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon for Iran's sake. Of course, in a perfect world, if America has it, then everyone should have it. But America is, we're moral and they're not. And
Are we?
if you are going to mass unalive your own people, what makes you think that they're not going to do that
Iran's mass
to us?
unaliving
And let's
its
assume
people?
they aren't going to do that. I mean, what's the estimate now? Like almost 100,000 protesters, 50,000 to 100,000 protesters.
What?
If that number is even.
What?
No. The
Yeah,
fuck?
that's the high end of the protesters that were unalive.
I've not heard any of these. What the fuck?
And fact check. Look that up. I could be wrong. Let me double check
You're talking
that. But
about
that
like
was the
recently, whenever the protests started. You're saying 50,000?
Yeah, that's the high end estimate of because of course the number is low, but then there's a lot of speculation and skepticism as far as whether or not that number
No.
is accurate. Again, I
The
keep going back to
the
Iran not
estimates
particularly being trustworthy.
currently the estimates are as low as 3,100 or as high as 36,000. But the 36,000 is not even close to verified. The most reports have it far lower than that. But that's the very highest of high end, so you're still off by a lot.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, that's crazy, man. So
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I am seeing
I mean,
36,000 as well. And again, that's being very generous, assuming that the Iranians are not continuing to unalive people. I mean, they say they stopped, but again, we have no idea. That number I would assume is much higher. But
yeah.
let's go off of what we
What are
can
the estimates
verify.
for
Sure.
the number of people that have been unalived in Palestine?
Civilians are Hamas. What are we talking about? Just militants or?
Well, according to Israel, I guess they're all militants, right?
I couldn't give you an answer on that. To be fair, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like if we're
Yeah,
going
I couldn't give you a direct
use
number.
if we're going to use like a measuring stick as far as brutality, to say that Iran is this horrible place that is unaliving protesters in mass, and we can't risk them having nuclear weapons. Israel does it all the fucking time. Israel has been doing it in Gaza. They've been killing children. They've been bombing hospitals.
75,000.
75,000.
Yes, I just looked that up. 75,000, 73, 75,000 people were unalive. And now, again, to be fair, we're whether we're talking about militant weaponry being stored in schools or hospitals or in areas that where essentially Hamas use their own people as human shields, I think those are justified, no different than some Hamas militant pew-pewing at a Israeli soldier. Both of those things are justified, yes.
It's justified to commit war crimes.
No, it's justified to defend the life of your soldiers in your country.
Bombing a
yes.
hospital is a war crime.
Even if they're firing rockets from that hospital.
That's not happening.
It is.
It's really not.
And how much are you willing to wager on that? And this is where I'll test how, genuine you are. I could be wrong on something, and I'm willing to concede when I'm wrong. I was wrong about the 50,000 estimate, and I was way off on that one. But
the estimate you made was 100,000. The estimate was not stop. The estimate you made was not 50,000.
I said 50 to 100,000.
No, you said 100,000. You said
I said 50 to 100,000.
Right. The high end estimate, you were off by like a factor of 3.
Again, that's given,
and
that's assuming that number is correct.
Why aren't you letting me finish what I'm saying?
I'm just clarifying what I'm saying because you didn't understand what I said.
We all heard what you said. And by the way, your low
I said
end
50 to 100,000. Both of those can be
your
correct.
low end estimate was off by a factor of about, I don't know, like more than 10. So you were even further off on your low end estimate than you were on your high end estimate.
Yes, let's give those numbers a grain of salt. Again, we're talking about Iran, so yeah, I think they're very honest about how many people they unalived. Certainly.
Why? But
I personally believe it's over 100,000, but then again, we're going off of what we can prove. That's why I put that.
I need two things before I let this continue. Number one is you've got a weird kind of echo thing happening. I don't know if that's a speaker. I don't know if you're recording. I don't know what's going on, but there's a weird kind of echo thing happening.
I'm not recording. I'm laying in my bed. Hold on, let me.
Listening. I don't know if there's something going on with the speaker. The other thing is that those numbers aren't coming from Iran. The numbers are coming from activists and other people observing in Iran. It's not the Iranian government saying, this is how many people we unalived. It's people there observing. I just want to point that out to you. You keep saying you don't trust them. Cool, me neither.
Correct.
But they're not the ones giving us the numbers.
Well, the numbers are based on exactly what's happening on the ground, and not
Right.
not
Exactly.
everything that's
So it's
happening on the
not the
ground as far
people.
as
There
unalive
are
protesters
people
in Iran
there.
is
There
being.
are people there on the ground. It's not the Iranian government giving us those numbers. The people there on the ground, activists, people in organizations of the UN, those people are the ones who are giving us those estimates, not the Iranian government. So you're like, I don't trust those numbers. I think it's close to 100,000.
Yeah, Mike. So.
On what grounds? There's zero reason to believe that. You're just making shit up, dude.
Well, I keep saying I'm not making stuff up.
You
I
literally
am saying
are
that
because you have zero.
Iran say that they're no longer unalive.
Bud, we have people.
Of course,
who are
this is
telling us what's
speculative.
going-
Absolutely.
Yes. Okay. So stop saying speculative things. Let's deal in reality and deal in what we
No,
know
when it comes to Iran, I can definitely say speculative things because historically it's been supported by the facts.
And by the way, what state are you in again?
Because again, just like they were not transparent with the IAEA,
What state are you in
I
again?
am in
state
South
are
Carolina.
you in? You're in South Carolina. What time is it there?
South Carolina.
What time is it?
Hold on. It is 2:03 a.m.
Okay.
Very racist question. 2:03 a.m. My
Why
governor
is
is
it a
Mick
ra-
Master.
why
Any other
is it a-
question? My
why is
senator
it a
is Nancy
racist-
Mace.
Why is it a
Tim
racist-
Scott.
Why is it a racist?
I'm from New York. Any
Why
other questions?
is it a
Because I have an
I'm
accent,
so
and in
sorry.
a country where you guys.
I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. You won't talk again until I let you. That I asked you that question, but the Supreme Court says that it's
Because
okay
you
that I
asked
can
the-
ask you that question because guess what? ICE wants me to be able to ask you that question. You have an accent. I don't think you belong here, and you voted for the guy who says it's okay for me to ask you that question. Tough fucking shit. So
Incorrect. Let
sorry
me
that
fact
you
check.
voted for that guy
Supreme Court
who
actually-
makes it okay to ask you that question.
Did you read the case? Hold on. Did you read the Supreme Court case? Let me
Did
see
I
how
read
knowledgeable you are.
Did I read the majority
What's the ruling
opinion
on that
by
case?
Brett Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
Well, what was the majority opinion on the case? Go ahead and delineate it for me,
Why don't you delineate it?
and I'll tell you what it actually is.
Good. You tell everybody what it actually
Absolutely.
is.
So the ruling on the case was absolutely. So the Supreme Court ruled, and by the way, this was something that already existed and is practiced in police officer operations.
No, it's not.
In very limited
No, it's not.
circumstances.
No,
As
it's
the
not.
justices
Nope, it's
have
against
said,
the-
in very
no, it's not.
it
It's
is.
against the
It
Fourth
is.
Amendment. No,
and
it's
I'll
not.
prove you wrong on that as well.
No, you won't.
No, it's not.
I'm waiting for you to
Okay,
explain
let
the
me
decision.
just give me time to prove you wrong. So the
I'm
Supreme
waiting
Court.
for you to explain the decision.
Well, I was in the
I'm
process
still
of
waiting
doing
for you
that.
to
The
explain
Supreme
the
Court.
decision.
Well, if you would
I'm
listen,
waiting.
I'm
Just
going
keep.
to explain
Just
the
go.
decision to
Just
you.
stop stalling and explain it. I know you're trying to look it up.
No, because I'm not looking
I'm
it up.
waiting for you
The
to
Supreme Court
explain it.
ruled that in very limited. The Supreme Court ruled that in very limited investigatory circumstances, ICE has the authority, and by the way, this has already existed not only in police officer operations, but in federal agent operations, to go based off of acts. And how do we know this? Well, because every time there's a crime committed, what questions are asked? What is the racial demographic of this person? And you can definitely, by way of probable cause, go off of an accent.
Great.
If you
So
know
what
that
I
that
want you
person
to do is
French,
I want
if
you to
know that that
explain to
person
me
is South
how it's
American,
great.
if you know that that person
Awesome.
is Chinese.
Fantastic. Since
So
you
you
just
lied
said,
about.
Great. Fantastic. So since you just said that,
So
I
you
want
lied
you to
about the
explain
case.
to me. No, I didn't lie about the case because what I want you now to explain to me is since you think that that's legal for
You did lie
police to
about the-
do, I want you to now explain to me how it is that police perform immigration stops.
I'm
How
not
do
talking about police performing
You
immigration
literally
stops.
just
I'm
said
talking
that it
about
was
police-
legal for police to do this. So how do police perform immigration stops?
See, this is your problem. You're not listening.
How do
You're
police
you're
perform
not listening
immigration
at all. I said
stops?
this is.
You
never made
just
that claim.
said
Of course
that
they do
it
not.
was based on
You're
what
strawmanning.
police already do.
No, I did not.
You literally just said that.
No, I did not.
You
I
literally
said police
just said
also
it was.
practice this.
Yes,
No,
they
I did
also
not.
practice
I
it.
said when police
When the word when
Not
you
in-
use
not
the
as in-
word practice, my friend, what does that mean?
when they investigate crimes, they already go off of accents and race. That has been
No,
practiced.
no, my friend.
Yes, it has.
That's not investigation. Now you're changing your tune. Wrong. Wrong.
I'm not. I said that
They
already.
can't. Police cannot stop
You're not
somebody.
listening. You're keeping.
You need to shut the fuck up and you need to listen to me. Police cannot
Yes, they
stop
can.
someone based on their accent. That's illegal. They cannot simply stop someone based on their accent. Brett Kavanaugh, in
The
his
Supreme Court-
majority decision,
Yeah, the
said
Supreme
that
Court-
in LA, they could stop someone based simply on their accent. It's called a racial proxy. That's what he termed it. Now, would you like to explain to us how the police can do the same thing? Because that's what you said that they could do. And by the way, this
That's
is
not what I said.
recorded and it's on YouTube, and we could literally run it back and listen to you say,
Sure.
this is what police already
Absolutely.
practice.
If you would have listened 5 seconds more, you would have said when police solve and investigate crime, they already utilize this practice.
That's not
Listening
what you
is very
said.
important,
You
Mike.
said you didn't say solve and investigate crime. You said that police
is
already
exactly what I
practice
said.
that. And when you say that,
I said that a million times
no,
already.
No.
Go ahead and play that.
Stop it.
Can you play back the
I'm
recording?
not going to let you continue to interrupt me, but
No,
I'm
play the
just gonna-
recording.
Hold on.
You can drop me if I'm.
Okay.
Oh, play the recording.
I will drop you. Thank you. You said that it's already in practice by police. Police can't stop you for your accent. That's what you said. Now you're trying to backtrack. I understand. You don't get this. You also misquoted the majority decision. Unless you'd like to come up and explain racial proxies to us now. What's
I know
a
you
racial
want to run away
proxy?
so bad, but I'll fact check you.
No,
on the
I
Supreme
didn't
Court
run away.
decision.
I wanted you to stop talking. So now what's a racial proxy? What's a racial proxy?
I don't know. Tell me what's a racial
What do you mean?
proxy.
I thought you read the majority decision. Explain it to us. You were the one saying that I didn't understand the docket. Explain the majority
You don't,
decision.
obviously.
Great. Then what's a racial proxy? School me, kid. Go.
I don't know what a racial proxy
Then
is. I
you
know what
didn't
the
read
ruling
the
was.
majority decision, you
I know what the
fucking
ruling
idiot.
was.
If you can't explain that, you didn't read the majority decision. Go read it and stop trying to tell other people that they don't know what they're talking about. Do you want to?
You're so desperate to.
Do you want to?
Are you gonna
Do you
win?
want to? Do you want to keep pretending that you read the majority decision, or do you want to?
Well, whenever I'm allowed to talk, I'll tell you why you're wrong.
No,
If
I don't
I'm-
want to.
when
No,
I'm-
nope. I want you to admit you didn't read the majority decision. Admit it.
I did.
Then why
I did
can't
read the
you
majority
explain? Then why
decision.
can't you explain what racial proxies are?
Because I'm not a lawyer, I'm not going to understand 100% of every single word
it's
that's
not-
mentioned in a
it's
multi-hundred-page
literally-
document.
It's
Sure.
not a number one. It's not a multi-hundred-page document.
You're so desperate,
That's
my friend.
because you won't stop
It
talking.
is.
No, it's not. You didn't read the decision.
I did read this. It's not. Of
Then
course,
it's
I'm not going to remember
a
everything. I know.
multi-hundred. A Supreme Court decision is
Of
not
course,
a
I'm
multi.
exaggerating. I know you like semantics, but you're looking for every excuse to run from the argument. So get back to the topic. Why
Do you
did
know
say
how
that
many
the Supreme
pages? Do you know how many pages the Supreme
Oh,
Court
here we go
decision
again.
is?
Another arbitrary question.
It's 31 pages
No,
long.
I don't
It's
remember the specific.
31 pages long, you fucking idiot. And if you're telling me that
Yeah,
you couldn't
it's
understand what
such a
racial
thing as an
proxies were
exaggeration, sir.
in the majority decision, then you're too stupid to have this conversation with us. So, I
And
guess
you
we're
were
just
wrong in
at an
saying that the
impasse.
Supreme Court say you can.
No, I wasn't.
So you lied about the case again.
I didn't lie
You
about
lied
anything.
about the case because the ruling was that in limited.
Oh my god.
So why
dude.
didn't you mention that it was in limited investigatory circumstances? Why did you leave that out?
I didn't mention that.
So you lied. They didn't
I
say you
didn't
can
lie
walk up
about
to somebody and
anything.
stop them because of their accent.
Oh, they
Stop being
literally did.
disingenuous.
They literally did say
You're
that in LA.
Yes, you did.
Nope.
Because
Bud.
So you read the case. Why
Okay.
did it?
All right. I will read it to you. And I'm not going to do it with you up here because you can't shut the fuck up. The Supreme Court on September 8th lifted a lower court's judge prohibiting immigration agents from considering physical appearance and language use, among other factors, when deciding to stop and question people about possible immigration law violations. That's it. When they decide to stop and question people, they can use your appearance and your accent to decide. That's it. It's real fucking simple, guys. This guy is trying to make it out to be something that it's not. He doesn't want to actually talk about this. He wants to make it out to be something that it's far more complex than it is, or something that it's not, or, oh, it's just it. No. It's really fucking simple. It's Brett Kavanaugh giving them license to look at a brown person or to listen to someone's accent and go, are you supposed to be here? We have videos of them doing this. Nemo shows them all the time. We show them all the time. And this guy doesn't like the fact that I'm going to fucking call him out on it because of his accent. He didn't like that. And then he wanted to try and talk about the Supreme Court decision that is 31 pages long. It's not that long, and if you don't understand it, you should just say so. But it's hundreds of pages of long. Couldn't possibly understand it. He really wants to come back up.
Real quick. Thank you, Catherine, for the 2 green apps. I need to let me see if we can get the messages on these right quick. You said, bless his simple heart, giving no PBS growing up. Yeah. PBS is underrated, y'all. And one more from you. You said, for fuck's sake, more Habsburg troglodyte ditch diggers. Yeah. Yeah, they're out in force tonight. And Miss Chandler, thank you for the other blue app. Said, thanks for entertainment and education, comrade. Of course. Thank you.
I appreciate the Habsburg reference.
Yeah. Yeah. So Catherine came up with that one, and she had sent it last night too. I love that shit. I just need to like have it in my like Rolodex ready to go whenever I start rattling off all the different adjectives that I put before troglodyte. Yeah. Also, I was reminded, so in the event that you like me, I just moved. Moving is expensive. If you have any love in your heart and $1 in your wallet that you're willing to contribute, Nemo's Moving Fund, that would be very much appreciated.
We need to help out with Nemo's Moving Fund. Moving is expensive and painful. Also, I was sending Nemo some stuff from my studio, and we're also going to have to work on helping Nemo. Since he has now a space for his studio, we're really gonna have to work on that too. I have some ideas for us. Also, I don't know how many of you guys have watched Ari and Jimmy Snow do their YouTube thing, and I've been thinking about the fact that if we can coordinate, I really like their format because they got like she's up here, he's down here, and then they take calls even though they're in separate locations. So like I'm pretty sure that we could do that. We could do that kind of a format, and then we could send the feed. We can the feed could be here. It could go to it could be on the tube, but then we could also it could go to like your YouTube, my YouTube. It could go here. It could go because then it can I don't know. I had definitely some good idea. I don't know. I like that format though. Once I see them do the format, it's still portrait mode, but it's like it would be like one of each of us on top, and then they take calls in real time, even though they're in different places. So
nice.
Yeah, I know. I want to talk to Ari more about. I want to talk to Ari more about how they do that. I'm wondering if it's maybe Zoom based. I'm not 100% sure how they're doing, but they're doing it with almost no latency. It seems like I don't know. It's a good setup. But anyways, so that's another thing that we're gonna have to work with Nemo on. And also, just to put it a real fucking fine point on this, because he's still sitting in the requests, and I just really want to really drive this home. Justice Kavanaugh concurring the application for the stay. I vote to grant the government's application for an interim stay pending appeal of the district court's injunction. The Immigration and Nationality Act authorizes immigration officers to, quote, interrogate any alien or person believed to be an alien as to his right to remain in the United States. And then it says immigration officers, quote, may briefly detain an individual for questioning if they have, quote, reasonable suspicion based on specific articulable facts that the person being questioned is an alien illegally in the United States. And then he goes on to talk about blah, 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 blah. And then he goes down in here, he said, therefore, jobs such as construction, landscaping, agriculture, car washes often do not require paperwork and therefore are attractive to illegal immigrants who do not speak much, if any, English. If the officers learn that the individual they stopped is a U.S. citizen or otherwise lawfully in the United States, they promptly let the individual go. If the individual is illegally in the United States, the officers may arrest the individual and initiate the process for removal. And then he goes on to talk about the fact that basically justifying the idea that you should be able to stop somebody if you think that they don't speak English, based on those facts that he lays out in the majority opinion. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. And no, I'm not reading the entire majority opinion for everybody. I certainly would like all of you fine folks, though, if you'd like, please go read Pedro Vasquez Perdomo et al., September 8th, 2025. If you don't believe me, go read it. It is Brett Kavanaugh giving them license in LA to stop people based on what they look like and what they sound like. Period. The end.
I can't believe he's asking you to read out hundreds of pages of Supreme Court, hundreds of pages live on the internet. We're going to be here for some time, and some of us have work. Yeah. Come the fuck on.
So, Ryder, don't go to LA, because if you speak like that, ICE might pull you over and ask for your papers. And they would be legally within their right to do so, because Brett Kavanaugh said, fuck that Fourth Amendment for you brown people. Anyways, I am. Oh yeah, yes, my friend.
Yeah, I've got some moving fun things. Curtis, thank you on the green app. Except for your moving expenses. Thank you. Thank you for that. Robin, thank you on the blue app. Said for the moving fund. Keep up the good work. Appreciate you. Thank you. And wait for it. Anna on the blue app. Thank you. Said for the moving fund. We'll get more, friend, but student loans. Love your TikTok, friend. Keep fighting the good fight. Love listening and learning. That is totally okay. I understand. I totally understand. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You guys are awesome. Fantastic. I love the fact that this guy is now chirping in the chat about investigative stops when literally a, quote, investigative stop can mean anything. If they have any sort of suspicion, that would be an investigative stop. That's in law enforcement. That's an investigative stop, is if they have any suspicion. And guess what would give them suspicion of a crime in this particular instance? Oh, that's right. Someone's skin color or their accent. That could initiate the investigative stop. Good job, bud. That's a cell phone if I ever saw one. Anyways, I'm getting tired. I think I need to break for the night. We have been on for 4 hours and 21 minutes. 4 hours and 21 minutes. This has been, we had a lot of fun tonight. First time with our friend Boston Bryant, who was on for a little while. That was fun. Our friend Erica came on for a brief stint, and we will miss her tomorrow. We are going to be very sad. Guys, help Nemo out with the moving fund. Let's show him some love, and we're gonna need to keep that thing moving for the next couple of days that we are on together. So we'll do that. And the same thing. We also might need to start a studio fund as well. And we're gonna keep moving forward. You guys have been super kind and super generous. Thank you to everyone tonight. Thank you to all the mods. We appreciate you guys. Oh, let's see. Who is out there? Who's out there? Let's see. We got Good Trouble, Joey, Swan. Not a whole lot of folks. What do you think?
Let's see. Hold on. I don't know. Chat, what do y'all think? I'm seeing Swan.
Swan? Oh, we did go to. Did we go to Joey last night? Yeah, we went to Joey last night.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. All right, then Swan tonight. That's.
Oh wait, no, we went to Chris last night.
That's right, Chris last night.
We went to
Joey the night before.
We've gone to Joey at some point this week.
Yeah, we did. So, yeah, let's do Swan. I need to hold on, copy. I'm gonna copy her. Yeah, there we go. There we go. And pop this here. All right. Guys, there's the I will still be on tomorrow in the afternoon, probably start around sometime around 12:30, 1 o'clock. So, I'll see you guys then, and who knows who else will be on, who will be around. You never know. But always fun. Erica, have a good day at work and a good time with your mom at the comedy show. Neo will catch you later on. Guys, by the way, if you're not